good this morning. Wow. Huge shift. Huge shift. Huge shift. You know, I've shifted from feeling so much pain around the idea of being alone on my birthday. And shifting towards absolutely relishing it. I mean, I'm just getting real about it. What else am I going to do? What's the most precious time I ever spend? This is it. This is it. And I have those and that which is most dear to me always here. Always. And that's not not just something you say, oh, I have this here. No, I do. It's like, well, would you love to celebrate your birthday with Mercy? We celebrate the fact that we were each born every moment we feel each other, which is every single moment. What a gift. What a gift. Jeez. Sharon Mercy knew what to get me. It's unfair. But no, she knew. Love. Love, that would have been good, Sharon. Didn't know what to get me for my birthday or Christmas. What does he need? Jeez, what every man wants. Just love you. I would have taken you. That would have been a nice gift, a piece of the real you. The real. Mercy just, she gave me a ring a few minutes ago, and I just shot her a note and said, I'll give you a call real quick in a little bit. She said, okay, I'm here. That's sweet. I sent her a note in the morning. Toying with the idea of giving my dear friend a call right now. Getting her on the iPhone here. And yeah. Getting her voice to join us. Maybe doing a Mercy and Me, Jake undressed, ooh, that could be Jake undressed with Mercy. That could be compelling. That has some imagery there, right? That sounds really sweet. I wonder if she'd be up for that. You know, Jake. If you haven't noticed, Jake's very comfortable putting himself out there. Oh well, Jake puts himself out there. Let's say that, in whatever condition he's in. I'm just gonna put himself out there. I'm settling in on not. It's not so much. Oh, this is the way I'll do it. Oh, this is the way I'll spin it. Settling in on what's emerging and what it's looking like and what I'm hearing and being told. These different parts are asking of me. And some really interesting things happened last night. I found myself. I had the Stulio. Thank you, Phil Collins. I had Stulio set up over there, so that's like production Stulio. It was set up over there, and looking back into this room. So I told you I've got everything on the diagonal. Then I came right across right across the structure, the order, right, with everything else diagonal. So that was a cool effect. There was this drawing effect. But then I found myself further back in the scene as I was messing around, and the room, the space came alive. It just and it was like it was communicating to me. It was saying, "Look at me, take this all, take it all in." Like I am. He said, "No, all of it." And what I realized was that I'm sitting here on a porch. My home is unique, and I'm telling you, it talks to you. It sprawls. It does have a second level in one area, big lofted area, big square house, big lofted. This house was like, it was a cottage, and then they added a porch, and then they said, oh, let's enclose the porch and add a little stoop, and oh look, and it had a nice sun porch, a deck or something facing the wall. Oh well, let's enclose that, right? Oh, let's add this big piece over here, and don't worry, we'll just put this on a slab instead of just wow. Then like spaces like no heat in spaces. They just like, oh, we got this big open space. Oh, now let's build these walls and create this. So it's all over the place. And when you move from one area of the home to another, where they added on, there are always steps everywhere. Like my father was gonna fucking kill himself in this house because he can, and then you get the dog excited and like you walk in, you want to get from kitchen to the foyer, you got to go down the step. You kitchen to the foyer, and then you want to get into the grand hall. Well, you got to go down 2 more steps. Take it right and go down 2 more steps. You're in the kitchen. Yeah, the same thing. It's just don't. I mean, it's fucking steps everywhere. When you transition from one area of the home to another, it's not only this horizontal, but this vertical, like a doom, like you're simply shifting. So, what I called porch and what I called living room, when I was assigning conventional names, defined names, others' definitions of these rooms, so I called it living room. Right now, the room's saying, "Fuck, now I gotta whatever. What's this guy think a living room is?" And my room's trying to be a living room, right? Or else I'll be disappointed in it. As I project my displeasure on my room. Well, I had living room and I had porch. And I set up speakers in the living room and the porch, right? So I had 2 spaces. And they were both, relatively small. Relatively, not massive spaces. The living room is decent size. We're talking maybe like 16 by 11 or something. 17 by 11. And then so that would make the porch like 17 by 7.5 or something like that. And separated by a big open space, it's a big cutout, it's gonna be, big open space, and a step. I found found myself straddling that step last night. In the liminal space, the corpus callosum separating these two areas. And I said, no, dissolve this. Dissolve this separation, please. We want to be one. See us, please, see this as one space. I said, okay, and it was a significant shift because I was looking at part of it and part of it. I was sitting in part of it, what do you want to be? Sitting in part of it, what do you want to be? And they said, we want to be together. We want to be together. Both and. They want to be, this space we call living room, that would like me to recognize it as its own entity and respect that as sovereign, and this area we call porch. And then they're saying there is this boundary layer between us. And there's been this thing between us where we don't really blend in. And they say, well, would you help us? Would you support us? Would you be with us, shepherd us through this process? We want to come together so that we can maintain our separate identities, but we'd like to join together and do something. We like what, there's a big saying with Jake, we like what you're doing. We like what you're doing. We want to play. We have some ideas. We see some things, and we want to share them with you. You tune into us as we are. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. I like literally, like, I can do that. I'd like to do that. And I can do that. I know how to do that. Right? And it's like, yeah, all right, let's do it. So I started to see, they started showing me all sorts of possibilities, not just about what to do with them, not just about how to exist in the room, but how that fullness and openness opened something else. And I saw an opportunity to create an experience for myself and for others to witness, where there's a different kind of approach, kind of just a camera catching the room, catching the whole room. And it's almost like, where's Waldo? Where's Jake in this scene? It's not, and what it is the room. So this is what the room said. The room said, enough about Jake. We're the show. We're the show. People aren't just looking at Jake, they're looking at the room. And well, they should, because the room is alive, right? You can feel it. It's flashing, it's pulsing. I'm just Jake. This is Al. This is Betty. We're Jake, Al, and Betty, the Cosmic Buskers, coming to you. Jake live on the Quadcast with an undressed segment. And it's the prelude to the undressed segment. So we've hit the record button, but we have not hit the YouTube Go Live button. So we're in that space. Whatever, however you experience it, more or less intimate, whatever. It's just a different space, and different things come out. I find it's helpful to, this is like warm up, and it's not about getting mistakes out, it's just, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be burned off just before we go. It's a lot of volatiles. There's a lot of volatiles that need to kind of get burned off. You'll see some fire comes out on these. More fire will tend to come out on these, I think. So I'm wondering what it would be like to just give Mercy a call and see if she would, we'll chat a little bit and then maybe see if as we go, maybe it'll give an opportunity. Here's what we're gonna do. We're recording, and we'll see if maybe it rolls into Go Live with Mercy on the line. See if she would like to do that. But most Mostly it's about getting Jake a little bit of medicine here in the morning. Getting a little bit of his friend's medicine. You know what? All right. That's how we do it. That's it. Call Mercy.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone.
Oh, okay. Mercy's not there, so you know what I'm gonna do? Ask Mercy to give me another try when it's a good moment. So here we go. We're gonna jump on. We're gonna go live. So we're hitting Cosmic Start. And here we are. And we're gonna go 3, 2, 1. We're going live, and we'll see if then Mercy might maybe will give me a call. Okay, Cosmic Start. 3, 2, 1. Stream. Oh, good morning, everyone. I knew you were there. Always seems so surprised. I hear him, someone's there. I'd be fucking surprised as hell. I'm just Jake. This is Al. This is Betty. This is Siggy. Ziggy. All right, Ziggy. I like that, Ziggy. All right, Ziggy. I like it, Ziggy. Put it all together with Jake, Al, and Betty, Cosmic Buskers, coming to you multi-dimensional spatial quadcasting on Jake Live. I'm wondering, Jake Live, I think it's just turning into, for all of us, live live, live life live, come alive. Turn off fear and start living. Turn off fear and start living. Put your life on the line. Make it fucking worth it. Don't be afraid of dying. If you are, then you are already dead. I know, even if you're scared of it and you don't think there's anything beyond it, then enjoy this one fucking experience. If you think this is it, then fucking enjoy this one experience, right? You think it's so precious, and you just piss it away, eating your kale soup and driving safely. Looking 7 ways before you cross the street in a pedestrian crosswalk. You're also pedestrian. You are. You're in the normal part of the curve. Congratulations. You're average like everyone else. Woo! You don't get a star for that. You don't get a star. I get a trophy sitting over there. It's not for most average academic boy. Best academic boy. I had to share it with Michael Tarpey. Well, Michael, I love you, but that's fucking bullshit. They had me going to like another school doing more schoolwork on one day out of the week. I was doing 6 days worth of work, y'all doing 5. I came back, I had to do all the shit I missed the day before. Because I'm special, I get to go to the gifted program, right? So get the same grade, get the best grades in the class, equivalent to my classmate. Love was one of my best friends. Met him in nursery school. We're in school right through 12th grade, and smart, wonderful kid, but come on. I was the best academic boy, and I know that would have been hard for him, for his friend to have gotten it, and not him. But you diminish what I accomplished and who I am. You can't have 2 bests. Fucking have some balls and say, he did it. If you're gonna make it a fucking competition and make me and force me to engage in it, and encourage me to win, and do it as much integrity as I can, and I do, and then say, oh, congratulations, here, we're going to give it to him too. Okay, that's a kind and gentle way to do it. But that's not the fucking game you said we were playing, right? Same shit in the corporate world. Same fucking shit in the corporate world. They say, it used to be we have a big celebration at a sales meeting, and, top performers go there. And, all of the sales leaders whose top performers there go to celebrate with them. And then they decide, well, we don't want all the vice presidents there. They just get to go on these boondoggles. So we're going to make it a competition for the vice presidents too. And it's not just going to be on the dollar figure that we achieved. They set up a whole scorecard, and they populated the scorecard with elements that they told me, these are the most important elements. And we're going to add these up in this way, and each one of these has certain importance. And you score it this way. This is how you achieve your score. The one with the highest number of points, best score, is going to be the one that wins it. And that one, he goes. The other one stayed home. That seemed really special. And so they're saying, this is what's most important. This is the game we're playing. So I played the fuck out of that game. You said, these are the numbers you want me to move? I'll move those numbers. I'd been taught how to do that. I knew how to do that. Like metaphysically, I got it, Pancho. He said, you can move any number you focus on. He's absolutely right. And we moved every number we focused on. We figured out how to keep that one moving while we shifted our focus to something else. We learned we could approach something that we didn't understand. We could learn how to focus on it and move that number. We took our most agile hand to do that. Once we got good enough, the concept was, let's move that to the other hand. Can we do it with the other hand? So now we freed up the agile hand. Now let's keep that one going. Let's bring in another number, right? We kept doing that. It was like juggling. Yeah, each one of those numbers, right? They scored it up, right? We didn't have the most dollars. They didn't say that was the most important thing. No, they said it was this score, right? So I fucking crushed that score. Who was number one? This guy. This guy won. Not the guy you expected, not the guy you wanted to, right? you thought that, oh, well, that would mean that it would also be the most money because that's what you cared about. But it's not what you told us was most important to you for this. It was this thing, and I fucking did it. And I won, and I was supposed to be there, right? And I was. Thank you very much. I got to go. But you brought everyone else. You said, oh, they'll feel bad. Let's make sure Andrew gets to go, and Chuck, and David, right? And all the others who couldn't figure out how to move the numbers that you said were most important. These were about employee engagement numbers. These were about doing things a different way from the heart. And the benefit, the big fat number that you fat asses wanted most, that would have followed. It follows, David. It scales and it follows. The money comes with that. You gotta be fucking patient. It was right there on the back. But then you shit on me. You said, geez, how come he's not so inspired anymore? How come he's not like digging? Because he's fucking done. He is fucking done. Done with you assholes. Totally fucking done with you assholes. So I started telling a story yesterday about the first chief executive officer in the first company I worked with, Sam Huntington. And my boss's boss, Bob Shopper, was very upset. I think it was a Monday morning. And I was anxious. I didn't know what's going on. I thought we were actually all being let go. Thought he was telling us like there's going to be, because, and I'd only been there maybe a month, if that. Because the older of my two brothers, my brother Paul, when he graduated from Rensselaer, he got himself a job right out of school with General Dynamics, the electric boat division. The guys that build all the big, massive nuclear submarines. And the big one, they were building something called the Trident, massive hull carrying dozens of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Just, that's what he wanted to do. So Paul went to work for this company right out of school. Yay, Paul's got a job. And within a month, he was laid off. They lost a government contract or something like that, and they had these massive layoffs. And Paul suddenly was out of a job, and he's all, he's scared, et cetera, et cetera. And then, I don't know, a few weeks later, something changed, something happened, and they're hiring a bunch of people back. Paul gets hired back. And there he stayed for, 40 something years. So I'm thinking, I'm thinking layoffs, like fuck layoffs. But no, it wasn't that. Our CEO had been at a conference in New Hampshire, electricity conference of some sort where he was supposed to be speaking, or was speaking. And he went for a hike. He was an avid hiker, and he was up hiking up high on a mountain in New Hampshire, and I shit you not, he was struck by lightning. CEO of the largest electric utility in New England, this is like 1988, struck by fucking lightning on a mountain hiking while at a utility conference. Wild, right? Wild. So big blow to the company. Big blow to the company. And so we get a new CEO. And we hire a CEO. His name is John Rowe. He'd been CEO of Central Maine Power. He was known in the area. And John Rowe was, I guess, known as somewhat of an agitator and supporter of deregulation of the electricity markets, which meant separating that part of the company that does the wires, sends the transmission and distribution to the houses and businesses, and that part of the company that generates the electricity. Well, John had an interesting past, personally / professionally. He seemed to have a habit of falling in love with his secretary, or entering into a relationship with his secretary, leaving his wife and marrying his secretary. Happened, it was a couple of times. It was a pattern, happened a couple of times. So here we have a CEO who ends up getting into intimate relationships with his secretary. And then he goes on to marry them. I had one very interesting exchange with John Rowe, and at the time the chairwoman of the company was a woman, Joan Bach, B-O-K, Joan Bach. And I had a project. I was maybe there for a couple of years. I'm like a 24-year-old engineer, to replace a piece of equipment called a feed water heater. it was cool. It's like a $750,000 project. It's not a big project. I mean, I ended up, managed, by the time I left, I was managing like multiple projects, the largest of which was $25 million, every $12 million. I mean, those aren't even massive projects, but this project I was doing wasn't particularly big. But you needed everything. If you're replacing a piece of equipment, you're replacing it because it's broken, it's failing, and it's become inefficient. Because when it breaks, you have to shut down you have to reduce the output on the plant, you got to do some work. I mean, there's a number of different ways of where the inefficiency reveals itself. And so you're looking at, what is this costing us? What could it be if we had a new piece of equipment? And so how much would we save every year? And then you got to do that and prove that replacing this equipment, it will pay for itself within the 5 years. Here's again the famous Chris Crane 5-year horizon. So you don't see shit, right? You're like this. You're fucking like this. You're not looking out there. You can't be visionary and do it and focus on the 5-year horizon. That's not visionary, right? And if you're not visionary, you're not fucking going anywhere. And nor have the utilities gone anywhere. I wish they would, like, away. Or at least the people that are running them, go away. Way the fuck over there. So 5-year horizon. So you have to, we had to run this, you had to do this, we had this program that the Treasury Department put together on a massive mainframe. You had to get special computer time to be able to run your analysis on it, your financial, your economics, engineering economics. That was a subject you had to take. And this program was called EZRR, Easy Revenue Requirements, and it was it used to print out on paper about this wide, this fucking dinosaur of a system. And, it shows you that you have to, when you do a economic analysis for an engineering project, you're saying it's going to cost us this much money today. Then you have to bring in what's the carrying cost of the money, right? The interest rate, because we have to put the money here. We could be investing that money somewhere else, and maybe it would have a greater return, right? Now this feed water heater is going to run many more than 5 years. It's going to run, the one I'm replacing has been there for 30 years. Yet this has to pay itself back in 5 years. Oh, here's Mercy. So we're just going to jump on with Mercy here and see what happens. Good morning, dear.
Good morning.
Hey, I want to let you know I was just in the middle of doing, my morning reflections. I jump and I press the record button. And sit in front. No, I want to invite you to do whatever feels the best. First off, what I would like to do is sit here and talk to you. And I'm wondering if
I was calling you because I thought it was your birthday.
No, that's tomorrow, but I want to talk to you about that. But I'm wondering, Mercy. So I'm doing this. These are like my morning. It's almost like diary entries, sort of, and it'll be out there. This is the thing that I'm doing, this quadcasting thing. So I'm wondering, would you be willing to just join me on this segment as I'm sitting here and we were talking about that MercyMe type thing. Would you love to? Oh, cool. So this is let me do a fun little thing right here. Okay, so let's make believe there's nobody here with us. It's just Mercy and John. No, you don't have to. And all. No, you can. So you can you can paint us a picture of, and I think that when I show this to, when people get to see this, we'll have one of those beautiful images that Spirit put together for us the last couple of days. So the world will get to see you, and they'll get their first introduction to you hearing your beautiful voice here talking to me. So I'm on. Let me tell. let me orient you to the dimension that we're in right here now, Mercy.
Yes, please let me grab
Okay.
it. Let me connect with your heart.
Perfect. Oh, beautiful. So, what we're doing, this is a thing that we call Jake Live. And Jake is, as you've witnessed over this past year, Jake is kind of like this personality or this being or this way of experiencing life that has emerged after, as through that outrageous trauma that have been helping me to heal from. It's like I'm feeling, Mercy. It's feeling like as though, and you could probably help us describe it, as though I had a massive brain trauma, and it reordered a bunch of stuff, and
Dark night of the soul.
yeah, Dark Night of the Soul, and it was like,
Dark night.
yeah, a few dark nights, yeah, dark life of the soul, and you hear about people having these massive brain traumas, and if they're lucky enough to recover, yeah, you hear horror stories about how their personality shifts to something bad.
Yeah, their eyes go dark and they stay.
Yeah, but in this case, I'm really loving the personality shift. It's like this Jake guy, and John is still there, but it feels like Jake is coming out, and Jake wants to tell John's story. It's like Jake was John's witness, and he's like, let me, because like John doesn't want to. Yeah, he's like, no, let me tell you what this guy went through. Let me tell you what happened and how it is that this has emerged. But I hear about people having these brain injuries and then suddenly it unlocks something. They've got like, they're a savant. They can do something. I'm looking at like this guitar. I'm like, so yeah, there's been this huge like personality shift. In the way I see the world, and
Opening at the chrysalis, kind of.
yeah, that's absolutely what it is, and yet the John is still here, and it's we talk about it, Mercy. It's that funny thing, like who knows John and who knows Jake? What do they see? So anyway, I just started doing these riffs, just going on, and YouTube go live, and it's this multi-dimensional experience. And I've been telling people all about you, Mercy. so this,
I know this is crazy.
yeah. So the way you
That's miraculous shit.
exactly, and the way YouTube Live works, like we've hit the go live button, but nobody, like I haven't told people the gallery doors are open yet, so people are walking by, right? They don't know it's here. But it will be there. They could then come later and say, "Oh, they went live on that day, and I'm gonna press a button and watch and listen or whatever." But I do it when I'm called to throughout the day. Whenever Jake's called to hit that button, and often that, yeah. What do you got?
About Jake being born, emerging from this chrysalis,
Mhm.
the dark night of the dark week, dark month, the dark night of the soul it came from. Somebody told me once that in an acorn is the potential of an oak tree, but in order for it to transform into that, the shell has to break open,
Yeah,
and everything inside of it needs to come out. To some people, that looks like destruction.
that's
To
right.
that tree, it looks like growth.
That's right.
I
And
feel like Jake has grown out this persona, this energy, this vibration of Jake has grown out to express John's triumph over all those things.
oh, that is so sweet. I feel that's what it feels like, Mercy, and it's that acorn image that resonates. I get a bunch of acorns on my altar. I look at the acorn and you see the whole tree. I know spring is coming, and as I feel spring emerging, I can see the autumn. I see the leaves turning beautiful colors. It's all there at once. You can't see one without the other. And we've witnessed physically the experience feels like that breaking, cracking through the shell, and
Oh boy.
I loved growing cannabis, and I paid close attention. And you start with that seed, and the seed has to soften. I would hold it under my tongue, and then soften the seed, and it has to crack. And those first leaves, like they stretch to come up, and they got to break up through the soil. And it's like they're stretching their necks. It's like you can feel the spine straighten and strengthen, and physically this
There's
feels
something
just
so
like it.
sacred about your plants, about
Mm.
making your own medicine and working with the plants directly and allowing their energy and yours to go into alignment. That's when it's medicine. It's not like a recreational marijuana. It's like that's medicine right there.
It is that is how and Hamilton taught us you have to build a relationship with the plant, the spirit. How do you do that? Show it gratitude. He suggested show it gratitude. And we're like, how do I show cannabis gratitude? And as I was pondering that, suddenly I was cast into these visions. And she showed me how I had already been showing her gratitude. She took me all the way back. She showed how I would stress over whether they were okay, and how I'd play drums and sing to them, and you know.
You're so sweet.
Well, she paid it back and
You're a
with
good plant
dividends.
dad.
I was a good plant dad.
You're a good
That
plant dad.
that's exactly. You know what, Mercy? Thank you. That's exactly what she said. That's what she was showing me. She was like, "My God, look at all the care," and she was like, "Yeah, you feel me. Like you, I." She felt me when I had to travel and I had my son, taking care. She was like, "I saw all the instructions you wrote for him." um,
Yeah, I bought a little plant from Menards when I moved into my most recent place that I'm doing renovations on, and when the guy took the plant and scanned it, he broke one of the little spindles off.
Oh,
It was
no.
hanging off the side. It was like the plant had two arms coming off the side of it, so when I got it out of cans, like one of the things was broken off. And I was like, oh, plant baby, I'm so sorry. I don't want you to feel like this is like, before telling you what's coming in your life, I swear you're going to have a really good life with me at my house. I'm going to take really good care of you.
Oh, my
As a matter
God.
of fact, that arm that he broke off, I was like, sir, can I have that? That fell off the plant. He goes, yeah. I said, I'll take this home and put it in water. We'll replace it
Oh.
later. It's okay, plant baby.
People, you only get that level of devotion from a woman who has something that is a spitting image of Groot on her altar.
All right.
I am Groot. Yeah, we'll have to show him that. That's perfect.
My little mistletoe man.
Yeah.
And he came from the seed, right?
That's-
The birds shit him out in Claire's garden, and he was climbing up. It was all from one little seed.
And it was in mistletoe. I mean, my goodness, right? Mistletoe. I don't know. Did you know the legend of mistletoe? I know it's like the whole thing. Under the mistletoe, you kiss. But
I
what?
went to the Catholic Church, and they came and took everything over. They indoctrinated or assimilated it into
Yeah.
their practice, just so that they could take it from all the other cultures that
Yeah.
were working medicinally for spiritual work, because they
Yeah.
were the Catholic Church. We need to be the only spiritual people
Yeah.
out here. So they took mistletoe and made it like kissing, so you kiss for it.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah. You know, Mercy, with mistletoe. So if we think about mistletoe as medicine and having spiritual properties, meaning that it's got a signature that we can feel and it speaks to us. You know, I think I love to talk about the beautiful plants, but I also love to just look at them as an entity with an energy signature. And when I tune into that plant and I'm now communicating with it, I find for me the experience is like it's shifting my consciousness into its whole separate dimension. Right? We wonder, is this multidimensional? Well, every plant is a different dimension.
I asked ChatGPT. I said, "Tell me about mistletoe before the Catholic Church got a hold of it."
All right. What's me just say?
This is what my me just says. Whatever this ChatGPT that you put into my.
This is God am I. Yeah. So Mercy's talking about talking to God am I. What's he say about mistletoe?
Yeah. Mistletoe is one of the most sacred plants in ancient European spiritual systems, from the Celts and the Druids. In Europe, it was a powerful sign of life, healing, and divine protection. It was considered a gift from the heavens because it grows suspended between earth and sky on the trees. It was especially sacred when growing on an oak tree. No coincidence there that we already talked about oaks, which were already holy to Druids. Druids harvested it during special ceremonies using a golden sickle. 2 white bulls were sacrificed during some rituals to honor the plant's spiritual power. So there you go. It holds illness, it protects against evil spirits, it promotes fertility, and it brings good fortune. There's Norse, there's all these other groups that used it.
Mercy, do you have any direct experience with having communed with that spirit, that plant?
Yes. And so in ayahuasca ceremony, my little tiny stick man that you saw that Claire Pyramid.
Group, yeah.
Mistletoe Man. Yeah, I was in a situation where it was like, some dark energies around me trying to get at me and stuff. And I was like, I'm outnumbered. I was like, hey, spirits. I'm calling to my allies. And I'm
Form of a
you
mistletoe,
know,
one of the
I
twins.
was following the big trees, right? I'm thinking one of the big trees is going to come in there and, like, do some battle action for me, some doctoring. And here comes my mistletoe man. And, he's like this little tiny, you see him, he's like 3 inches tall. I'm like, hey, mistletoe man. And you know those guys that you could put in water when you were a kid? They would grow.
Oh, yeah.
Grow in water.
Those things are awesome.
My mistletoe man, he just started growing, and he was like 20 feet tall.
That's just like Groot. That's exactly like Groot.
Character on
Yes.
the giant gingerbread man.
Yes. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
And he's just like stomping, and he's like stepping on all these little dark energies. Well, they're little now because he's like 20 feet tall, and he's just stepping on them, and they're just like disintegrating under his feet. And he's like, I got you, and I was like, thanks, mistletoe man.
This is Mercy. I love that, and I want to point something out to anyone who might drop in and listen to this in the future. Right, Mercy is telling this beautiful, mystical story about an experience she had while practicing what I call the consciousness arts. She's doing it to heal herself and feel better and navigate life with more comfort. And so she's using a really powerful plant medicine, a tea made from the vine called ayahuasca, and it's shifting her consciousness quite dramatically. And when that happens, it's scary as fuck, and things get super chaotic. They call that onset when you're moving from one state to another. And Mercy has developed a bunch of tools that allows her to calm her system down enough so that she can make that transition. And one of the ways she does it is these really chaotic things. Some people see like super dark shit and they freak the fuck out. We call it a bad trip, right? And you take this super dark, gnarly shit and you create this fun thing. Like I have my group, my little talisman, and he grows to 20 feet tall and he does this. This is like, yes, she's seeing it, but this is how she makes it the story she tells. She's not lost there, though. This is very practical. This is very practical stuff. She's just putting it into this language, right? But she's not running down Bourbon Street saying demons are chasing her, like we hear Tommy saying, talking about on the Telegram thread. She's keeping her shit together, and this is just the beautiful, colorful language, and it resonates with me big time because I do a version of that. And Mercy, remember a couple of days ago we found ourselves in ceremony together, and it was just as you described it, where things are shifting and you're doing your thing, you're saying, and you're describing the scene, and I fell into that scene, and it did become like Wonder Twins. Remember, it's like you were doing your thing, I was doing mine, and suddenly it was like, wait a minute, Mercy, Wonder Twins activate. Let's navigate this together, right? What do you see to the left? Now we had 4 eyes. Yeah, we dropped into the
waves of consciousness.
Yeah.
In that shamanic wave of the ebb and flow of ceremony, we were synchronized. Even though you're in, where you at?
I'm in Massachusetts, and you are way down south, West Palm, right?
I'm in Florida, right? We're on other
1,500 miles.
Continent.
Yep, and connected by something, and we were on just a telephone call.
God, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yep.
The conscious, the I.
And we did.
All it is.
Yep. And we didn't even have video; it was just over voice. But the connection was deeper than anything. So yeah, that's that's super. That is really interesting. That mistletoe spirit.
And my mistletoe spirit, like, it's interesting because, like, I can be fierce, I can be psychotic, I can be, like, scary and treacherous, but when I'm in ceremony, my strengths come from not being that. My strengths come from being loving, being kind, being magical, being whimsical, being childlike.
Yeah.
And so that's how I can navigate in this really treacherous terrain, is I can just go into my heart and I can do all things with love. So could I have taken like Kali and like sorted, the little demon's head off and like, yeah, I could have done that. But like this mumbo, my giant, gingerbread, giant mistletoe man coming in and just stepping on them, and they turn into little cloud puffs and poof, they're gone. Like, that's a more beautiful scene for me.
Right, and
So
that's
if I'm like taking evil head on, I'm just gonna kindergarten it all day long and send those little demons down for a nap
kindergarten.
with a blanket and a nookie. And they're like, lay down, kid.
And Mercy, right, as we see, like, that is Kali. That is Kali. That is the clarified ferocity that just comes into. It's like, as you've gentled me, Kali within you seems to have gentled. It's the same thing you were gentling. It was my dark feminine that we're gentling. It's the dark feminine.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw something.
All the archetypal patterning on all of the feminine archetypes, right? And so all these different things, all at once, and depending on what the energy of the situation is, we call to these different patterns.
Yeah.
But there's something about gentleness and softness and surrender.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's where the grace is. That's where the magic is. That's where the ease is. Like, when you can get into that place and calm your nervous system, that's how you hold your shit. That's how you hold your shit through trauma,
Yeah.
through ceremony, through people in your life, right? Because you're the central column. And if you're at peace, all other things.
Everything's at peace, right? It starts inside of you.
It's so powerful. They're going to entrain to you.
Yeah. You know, I have found that finding peace inside, since we're so good at projecting, right? Well, find peace inside, and let's project that, right? And that's what you're talking about. If I find peace inside, suddenly I look outside, instead of saying all of that needs to change, I simply recognize all of that is changing. I see it. I see it all changing into something beautiful. So we'll just calm down, and the more I calm down, the faster it seems to change. You know, you calm.
Get your nervous system regulated. That's when you get into the quantum. You want alpha states. You want to just be able to bend time, reality. This is when people talk about manifesting or creating consciousness. You have to be in a coherent state.
That's right.
In the flow.
A coherent state, and what I realized is, this idea that when I'm in that coherent state and I like you manifest, it feels like you're manifesting the future. But really what I'm finding is I'm realizing what I'm here for. This is my destiny. So it's like not saying, oh, I'm going to make this happen. The vision is this is what's happening. I'm showing you what's happening, right? This is where you go. This is who you are.
You align your vibrational resonance and frequency to that which you want.
I think
it's like flow. It's flow magically.
I am in the midst, and you and I are in the midst of an experience, as I say, of seeing my own. Like, it feels like I'm manifesting my destiny. But what's happening is I'm coming to a point where that which I want to move towards, that which seems to be drawing me, is the same as where I am going. Right? So now I'm in alignment. Like, I want to go this way, and oh my God, as I let go, life is taking me that way. Life's taking me where I want to go if I just let go. Right? It's like,
that's the thing. It's like letting spirit lead, letting God lead. Like, it might seem airy fairy to some people to just be like, oh, you're just gonna muscle test that, or you're gonna ask for pendulum and you're rock. Yeah, I am. And it knows better than me. I'm gonna think with my little human monkey mind and my ego and my fear patterns, and I'm gonna think myself in the corner. I've been conditioned by people in my life to be little and small. Well, God doesn't want me to be little and small, so how can I just hear His voice? That's what I want.
Mercy, when we muscle test, swing a pendulum, or tap in and say, Spirit, what should we do? That's when we've come to a point that is, I either do this or that. What is it? Every single decision anyone has ever made is made the same way. They just don't know. They don't know to pause and swing a pendulum or do whatever to tap into spirit. They're just doing it without thinking. But the mind can't make a decision. The mind cannot make a decision. It's this or that, and then it gives it to the heart once it's exhausted, and the heart says, this is the best one for us every time.
Yeah.
At least you stop and you swing a pendulum.
Shut off from their heart or ignore their body, that they can lose touch with that, and then they just feel like they're lost. That's why people are lonely. That's why they have shopping addictions and drug addictions.
Yeah.
These things. This is the lonely child in their heart that's saying, hey, give me some love. Like, help me out.
Yeah.
Hear me, bless me.
Yeah. I had this really cool, beautiful experience. This is interesting. I was passing a bunch of energy was flowing through last night, And at one point, as it was flowing through, everything's just flowing through, and I caught in a like just literally a quantum bit of pure fear went through. Quantum bit of pure fear, and I recognized it like that, Mercy. I didn't just see it, I felt it, I smelt it, I tasted it, everything, right? And Mercy, as it went through, and I acknowledged that it was going through, in the same moment I said, that's fear, Mercy came up. It said, that's fear, and immediately your eyes, it was just, and everything Mercy. It was like fear and mercy, and it showed me fear is fire, mercy is fire. Fear is fire, mercy is fire. That's the divine feminine. That's the passion. That's what Prometheus gave us, and we've come to fear it. It's the fire. You're all about the fire, right? And we're in the fire.
I know people are like, don't touch the stove, don't go by the
Yep.
fire, dude. I work in the fire. I put my hands and arms inside of the fire and whip it all around, and I come out. I still got all the hair on my arms. I'm still intact. I'm not burned. You have to know how to work with the fire.
Yeah.
You got to fear it.
And you practice working with the fire in front of you in your ceremony, and you see that's to say you're working with the fire within you the same way. It's the same coals, the same embers.
Yeah. I mean, the fire is the sun's energy, right? And it's
Yeah.
4 elements: earth, fire, wind, water. And you look at the spirit of those things. These are the spirits that support our life here on earth. The fires have burned for, there's fire keepers, there's people who take fire to the villages, there's lightning fires that would start, like we warm our food, we warm our bodies by, like fire is a beautiful, beautiful gift.
And when you have your ceremonial campfires, and I'm seeing, you bring all 4 elements together, and you create smoke, which is like the primordial form of consciousness and form. But you've got the wood, so you have the earth. You bring in the air because it needs air to burn. You create the fire, and you've got the water spirit there. You can always hear the wood is always sizzling and popping as the water gases off.
I mean, I love to do it by the ocean or by a lake or by a creek. Like, I love to have water spirit there, not just for a fire prevention thing, but also to have it balanced, like a yin yang, right? Like fire water. So
Yes.
I want to burn this fire, but I'm also part of what I learned humanity in my training was that instead of running everything through my body, because I'm a channel, I can run it through the water, and the water cools it down. And so even though I'm in front of the fire and I'm moving my hands around it, I can call to the water spirits that are just near me and say to them, take this, wash this away, baptize this, clean this with your waters, wash away that which is not God, that which no longer serves God, that which no longer serves, that which is not in alignment. And I just take the water, and I run it through the water, and the water spirits take it.
And the water spirit has been right there with us recently, and I'm seeing like this. You gave me that beautiful image of well, first off, as I've described it, every one of us carries the dark feminine. Every being, every Homo sapiens of the female gender carries this dark feminine and can express it. And Sharon will express it through Sharon. You'll get that version. And that if it's distorted, you'll get that version of distortion. What I see in you channel the pure archetype. Even if it's distorted, it's just like the pure Kali archetype. And we know the destructive version of that, right? You talked about that at 16 and had to deal with the ramifications. But what we're finding now is that same fire quenches. Right, it quenches mercy, quenches the fire, it quenched my thirst. Right, I mean it does all of that. Once it's clarified, it gentles the fire, so that now I can take this raging fire that's out of control and I can kind of carry it with me, without getting burned and without burning others with it. Like no flamethrower. We don't need the flamethrower anymore.
Yeah, that's what I call the dragon, right? Like we all have an inner dragon. We all have the ability to spit fire and spit, out of our mouth, out of our energy, out of our soul, our body. But like the dragon has to take a breath before he can blow the fire out. So putting a pause in, building a breath and a pause is just long enough for the nervous system to make a conscious decision of if it wants to flame that out, or it's a dragon. It has wings. It can fly up above the situation. It has options. It has many different things that do so. For people with these massive anger outbursts, which is more common in men because of the testosterone and the spiking of the different seasons, they are like most benefited by learning to do this dragon breath and just to pause and to breathe. And even if they're sometimes when someone really pisses me off, I spell the word "fuck you" on the roof of my mouth with my tongue before I talk to them because I just need a moment. So I
Yeah.
just say it silently with my tongue.
Yeah.
Like "fuck you."
Yeah, you know,
And then after I'm done, I can say something.
yeah. If we could, if men are learning, what I see is men, as we continue to change, learning how to express their anger without directing it at people and just putting it into the air, and women coming to a point where they understand that they don't feel threatened by it because we all remember our fathers expressing anger and how it festered, and
Yeah.
whether he hit us or did whatever to us after expressing that, it became a scary thing. But
Even times in ceremony, John, when you were expressing anger, I knew that it was just pain. Like it
mm-hmm,
didn't scare me because I knew that your pain needed to be heard.
that
So
right,
even if it sounded angry, I was like, get it out.
right, right,
Get it all out,
yeah.
Brienne.
And it's
And the bucket, get it off.
different people. Like I've become very passionate and expressed a lot of anger in Daryl's presence, and she's given me space, but she's reassured me. She says, I have never felt threatened or in danger when you were doing that. I just she never lost sight of me. She never thought that just because I have anger I need to express that I became unsafe
Right.
to
Just
her.
because you have anger doesn't mean you're dangerous.
Yeah.
When we were kids, anger equated to danger.
Right.
So it was inseparable. Those two things we experienced at the same time, it overwhelmed our nervous system, got programmed in there, right? So anger is a call to action. It's a call to change.
Yeah.
That's what it is now. When we
That's
turn
right.
everybody else's anger off of our anger, so ours was just art and not like conditioned and tempered down with everyone else's distortion.
Yeah, as you said, anger announces change. Absolutely, it says we're changing patterns. We're going to dance a different song, and it's a big signal. And I liken it to you got a playground with 35 kids playing a game. They're having a freaking blast, but the teacher has a new game for them to play. It's going to be even better, and she can't get their attention. So she taps into that which we call anger. She's not angry at them. She needs to break the pattern. They're playing this game, and so she gives a big shout, "Hey, you!" And they're stunned. And they look at her, and they give this stunned look, but that's just signal. Not you heard us. It's saying, "Okay, we see you." And she says, "New game. Here we go. I'm going to show you." Now they're all excited. She's not festering. That was it. I got your attention. Yay. Just like Taryn, the kindergarten teacher. I've got your attention now. Hey, boys and girls, right? We don't fester on the anger. I got your attention, did its trick, and the system's settling down.
Taryn, we love her.
Oh, love
She's
Taryn's
a
energy.
good witch.
A good witch, yes, yeah, exactly. I look forward to when things have resolved enough that I can share some time with Taryn. Again, share some time with her again. Yeah.
You gotta get some Colorado mountain time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude, I gotta get you up on this mountain I stayed on when I was out there working on a bunch of people. It was great. I don't know the name of the mountain, but I got it saved in my phone.
Oh
And
my.
here's what happened. I was working on this lady, and she had whatever stage of cancer is, where like dying, and she had some cement in her spine, and I didn't know about that. Like she told me, I did the little like interview with all the questions, but she didn't tell me about that part. So, she didn't want to die just yet. She was scared to die, so I was trying to help her spirit get in alignment with what was happening in her body because it was part of her karmic contract. And I worked on her, and as soon as I left her house, I broke out in hives all the way down my spine and started burning. And I was like, oh, something's happening here. I got something caught up in me. I got to go get this out. I drove up to my mountain. I lay down in my tent. It was thunderstorming. The tent was blowing over. I was laying there. My whole body was shaking. I'm like, oh, God. And I'm like going in and out of consciousness. And this is no plant medicine. This is just me laying on the ground, right? Just being a human. And I'm like, oh, what's happening? And I passed out in the aspen trees, the tree spirits of the aspens, which I had not dieted before. I had not done a tree diet on absence, but I was there and they were all around me. They came down out of these hills, out of this mountain, like they drove like 10, hundreds all around me. It was like a surgical day. And they were cleaning my spine, each vertebrae, all the aspens, their little leaves and their branches and hands went in and cleared all this energy. It was like, and I thought, I was like, what is this, dance? Man, I don't know what this, I didn't know what it was. But then I saw them and there was these concentric circles all the way around my head, smoking out for about a mile with all these tree doctors and these little med bays. And they were all cleaning all the people that I had worked on for this like 2 weeks that I had been out here doing all this shamanic work on people, clearing them. They were working on each of them, and then their family members were around them, and they were cleaning all the family members too. So any and all things that came through my ceremonies in that time, all those aspens showed up to help me clean, and I was like,
Holy cow.
so when we go to Colorado, dude, we're going back.
Oh, we're going back to that mountain. Oh my goodness. You know, as you describe your experience, right? So you're out there in Colorado and you're seeing a bunch of clients, and they come into you come into relationship with them in the medicine space, and that which is theirs, you invite comes into you, and now there's this field between you and them that's circulating, and you're removing the stuff that's uncomfortable that's causing them dissonance. It's coming out of them, and you're holding it, and you're processing something, but you're focused on them. You're not worried. Mercy's building up a bunch of shit now, but she's got her focus on what's in front of her, because she knows she can store this away. She'll deal with this later, and she sees client after client after client, and then she's called. You gotta get to the mountain.
So many people just day after
Yep.
day. Some of them were plant medicine, some of them were just straight.
Yep.
Even one of the shamans that I work on, she was like, I don't know how you can do this without being on the ayahuasca, but this is still like that level of ceremony. And I'm like, I don't know. I just carry the plants with me. And as you know, John, it's because I'm a medicine woman, as I've been told.
As you've been told.
Like, you're this or you're that.
Yeah.
I don't really call myself anything, but other people will call me something. But when you are a medicine woman, you carry the medicine with you in your field
Yeah.
all the time. And so it's in your field. It's your resonance,
Yeah.
your frequency. These are your allies. You have a different relationship with them, so they are always with you. You don't need to drink it or snort it or inhale it. It is in you.
It's always in you. Yeah, and so people know who you are, Mercy. Mercy is, I'll say, unapologetically Mercy. She's her, and I don't mean that she's in your face and fuck you, I'm Mercy, but she's in these practices and she's being taught by these people that have profound wisdom, and people tend to see these teachers and they want to become these teachers, and Mercy has always only wanted to become herself, and so she's been called names. People call her negative, say negative things, and we've been laughing because all these things that they think is negative, we're saying, wait a minute, own that. So she was called a medicine woman, which was supposedly a disparaging thing, and it suggests that she doesn't align with anything specific. She draws, it's her own medicine, and she is the medicine. And this was said to her in a way like, that's not good, and she's like, yeah, that's me. And she was called, right, Mercy, you've been called a prima donna. And we broke that down and said, someone recognized my dear friend as the prime Madonna. I was like, yeah, I agree. I agree. That's it. That's the prime Madonna right there. Are you kidding me?
Call me what you want. Call me what you will. I'm just a mirror
Yep.
reflecting you back to you. So this is your ego talking about you. But keep talking, please, because I'm
Yep.
saying all this shit right now.
Yep. And when they call it, right, and they call us crybabies, and we say, that's it. Cry, baby, cry. You'll feel so much better. Cry, baby.
God, I am the most
I spent...
my tears.
Yep. Oh my God, crying is so powerful. And it's so beautiful when you don't. I used to have to try to make myself cry, so I had to think of really sad stories. Yeah, I had to learn how to cry. And then I couldn't let go of the story. And so afterwards, it just felt terrible. I was like, I'm not crying anything out. I was just crying it in circles inside me.
Yeah. Looping.
Looping. But now, when my wails come out, I don't know what someone would be looking at. I think they'd be looking at an animal that looks like it's writhing in agony. And
I had that. I cried in a doctor's parking lot one time just because I needed a good cry. And a lady came up and knocked on the window. She goes, "Do you have cancer?" And I go, "No." I'm crying.
No, I'm just
And
crying.
cry.
Yeah. Like,
let's cry my head off in a parking lot.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you have
I mean,
cancer?
compassionate. Thank you, lady. I'm sure you were trying to help me, but also I was literally just. This is why I have 2 rolls and rolls of toilet paper in my car. Sometimes I just need to cry about shit. Oh my
Yeah.
God, there's a butterfly.
Oh, of
Oh,
course.
beautiful orange butterfly.
There's all the orange butterfly.
Yeah, I'm camping. I'm in Tasteable, Florida. I'm so loving it here.
Oh my
Under the
God.
citrus trees. They've been raining their medicine down on me. I had a possum spirit come last night. He was walking all around the tank. He was cleaning my field. He was cleaning my friend's field that's here that I did ceremony on. I said, thank you, possum medicine. He was big. He was big like I don't even know, but let's just say he's a big guy. But he was friendly. He had
Yep.
high eyes. When I shined the flashlight on him, he just kind of winked at me. I was like, all right, you're good. We're good. I'm sure not an alligator. We're friends.
I saw you last night sleeping on your mat in your tent. I was envisioning you. I was like, oh, she is so in her happy place. She's on her mat.
Oh, so my happy place. I ate a cheeseburger, had some ice cream. I was like, life is good. I did ceremony the night before, so I was really in recovery mode yesterday. I cleaned up some shit.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And the person that I was cleaning, this is kind of funny, criticized me for how much toilet paper I was using. And because he was talking about my eco footprint, I'm like, oh God, please help me.
Oh,
Lord, let me have patience for this. I said, I'm sorry, but I'm cleaning your shit.
this is your. These are your boogers.
I need to shit my brains out. That's because it's your shit, okay? So I'm using toilet paper, but really you're using toilet paper if we want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, people don't realize that's like your take. And this, what's interesting about this, Mercy, is I was trained specifically. Do not lay hands on. Do not take their energy into you. And that was like the same thing when you were going through hell in that Friday night ceremony. Like they weren't immediately saying, someone go and support her. It's like, no, you got to do this on your own. It's like, no, we're supposed to do this together. And we can hold it. Like, that's too much. She has too much going through her. Someone's got to go and take some of that from her to give her the space she needs so she can handle, this is why, that's what you do. Like, when you never.
I mean, Jesus rubbed dirt on people's eyes. Of course,
That's right.
Lay hands on people. Like we tell us, let the baby cry, don't touch people, don't this, don't that. No, that's literally what we need is human connection. We need another compassionate human being to hold space.
You know what, Mercy? The most horrific thing I have experienced in my life is having been let cry it out. Left to cry it out as a child when I did not have the tools. Left to cry it out. And it was that Dr. Ferber, Ferberizing your babies, right? Leaving them.
Guy, boy.
Right, you know what I said? Here's what I want to do with Dr. Ferber. I think he's gone by now, but what I would have done with
Put him in a spaceship, send him back to whatever dark planet he came.
Oh, I had a Mercy, I had a better idea.
Traumatized from that.
I had a better idea. We were going to send Dr. Ferber on dark retreat. And we're going to put him in a padded room, 8x8, with a toilet. We're going to take the seat off so he doesn't pound himself in the head with it. And we'll give him his food, and we'll give him food and water, dark retreat, and we're going to give him a gun with one bullet. And we're going to tell him, we're going to open the door when we hear you stop crying or we hear a big bang. And then we're going to come in and celebrate that you transcended. Whether you stop crying, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be a big bang. We're going to hit, And, how's it feel, Dr. Ferber? I'm going to let you fucking cry it out. How long do you think it would take? I think it would take about 4 days. I think it would take about 4 days. That is the most inhumane thing.
What happened to him as a child? That he
Yeah.
had to create a book like that,
Yeah, he was rejected as a child.
For a moment, 'cause, man, did he ever have to cry it out or stop crying or not
Yep.
cry or whatever happened to him? Something happened.
Yeah, I would think that what happened to him was the exact same thing that happened to me, but for some reason I responded differently because when my children were crying, I could not. I had to pick them up and hold them. I needed them closer if it was going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, so here's what's interesting. My middle daughter had colic when she was a baby, and so the colic is just like constant crying. And I really didn't know what to do with it because I never had that experience before, and I didn't know anybody who had this before the internet. You couldn't ask anybody.
Right.
So, I got a bunch of different books on it to try to figure out what to do. and I would hold her, and she would be in such distress, and my nervous system would get so dysregulated. I got to the point, I was like, I'm a horrible mom, my baby's dead all
Oh.
the time, what am I doing wrong? And I was just kind of beside myself. And I read this book on, I looked at all the different cultures and traditions and how they handled their babies. If they slept with their babies, how they held their babies, like what they could do. And so what I ended up doing was a Japanese stomach binding. So I bought these special fabric cloths to compress Lillian's stomach,
Yes.
and then I would wrap those around her tummy, and then I would hold her in this little papoose thing, because Native Americans would like strap their
Yep.
kids to their, backs and walk around with them. And so that would keep her comfortable. And the other thing that would keep her comfortable, that when her dad had her and didn't want to do all of that stuff, is he could put her in her car seat, and he could drive her around the block a couple times, then he could run in the house and stick her on top of a dryer that had tennis shoes and tennis balls in it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Cajoling from that motion would
Yeah.
somehow keep her calm. And
We used to have.
I read that their nervous system can only process 5 things at a time. So if you give them so much sensory information, like that,
Overwhelm them?
That was his tactic for helping her to not cry like a ambulance.
Yeah.
And so finally, after so many months of this, I was praying. I said, Lord, I need your help. I'm out. I'm just out. I don't know. I'm out of my head, and I can't think straight, and I can't see straight, and please help this baby. Please help me. And so what happened was my nervous system, God heard my prayer, and my nervous system became super calm and placid and just completely like resonant field of the earth, right? And so when I would hold my daughter, instead of this like static chaos rising up inside of me, because that's what was coming out of her, I was now entrained like the resonance, like the biofield of the earth hum.
Yes.
That hum that the earth has. And so when I held her, I was completely calm and peaceful. And then next time I took her to the doctor, and she was screaming like that, and I was calm and smooth and placid and warm, the nurse came in and she was like, "Is the baby okay?" I said, "The baby's perfect." And she was like, okay.
The
And I
baby.
go, "Everything's great. Everything's so good. We're good. I'm good." The
Oh,
baby's good."
man.
Man, you have the patience of a saint. And I said, "I do. Thank you, God."
Thank you. Oh my God. And my kid's mom, God bless her, she couldn't find that. She tried. She tried.
Yeah.
She couldn't find that, and it was hard. Our kids wanted their mother all throughout the night, and they were in co-sleepers, so they're little, like a little sidecar on the bed, and they slept right next to me. And there was this little thing attached to their co-sleeper that if you pressed it, it would vibrate for a while, and it would settle them. And it was like, I would hit that button. It was like hitting the snooze. I'd get about 10 minutes of sleep before they start squirming again. But you described that putting pressure on your daughter's stomach and those pads. It was the same thing. I would carry my sons, and I always had them in the baby beyond, so they're right up against my chest.
Yeah.
But if I was carrying them, I would lay them across my forearm like a football, and with their bottom in my hand, and literally like with my 4 fingers up and cupping their diaper. And so the heel of my hand would be putting that pressure right on their abdomen, as you described. It was the same thing. And I would just walk around with them like that, singing songs, and it seemed to soothe them, And I just kept myself calm, right? They're screaming. There's nothing I can do about that. I just kept myself calm, let them know I'm there. And, they desperately wanted their mother. And, suckling was the closest they could come to feeling that sense of ease and being held by mother, and it was all they had, and she was dying. It was like it was killing her, but she couldn't say no. She couldn't hear her babies cry, which
I mean, when you have a dysregulated nervous system, and then you put that on top of the dysregulated nervous system, it just goes into a state of overwhelm.
super.
I got lucky that Meadow was my first kid, because she was like, we'll call him little Buddha. She just came out like wise and like peaceful, and I was like, whoa, this is awesome. And then Lillian came out screaming, and I was like, whoa, hang on a second, folks. Like, what do I do with this kid? This is wild.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, but that was my nervous system, like already dysregulated. I was a traumatized person. I was we talked about, first 12 years of my life was very traumatic, and so I grew up and developed as a human in severe conditions where it wasn't safe. And so then as an adult, anything could overwhelm me pretty quickly. And here I have these little humans that were like mine that I made that now needed my help. And I didn't know the first thing about mothering. Like my mom was not really
You
a
had
mom.
no
She was
exam.
some
You had like
kind
the
of lady. You know what I mean? She's more like prison ward or something. I don't know, but she definitely wasn't the mom you think of. And like even like to this day, like I mean, I gotta say thank you to ayahuasca because I mean she's been the best mother archetypal pattern I've ever had. She showed me her as a child, as a young woman, as a mature woman, as a grandmother, and she's just so sweet and loving that I'm like, oh, you're my mom. Okay,
yeah,
that
yeah,
makes more
right.
sense. You're definitely my mom.
Oh
Thanks,
my God.
ayahuasca.
That sounds like that kid's book. What is it? Is he a mama or a llama? You know, the little llama's like trying to find mama. Are you my mother? Are you my mother? Are you my mother? Um,
That was literally what it was like. I was walking around like, who's my mom? Are you my mother? And she was like, come, child, come sit with me. And I'm like, oh, this feels right. Okay, this is what mothering feels like. I got it
yeah.
now.
So we're talking about, like Mercy's talking about, this spirit, this ayahuasca. It brings you to a place where you experience an energy within you that is like that divine mothering, and being able to tap into that. But we've talked a lot about Mercy's mom and her experience, and in a twisted way, we could even say that her mother provided her a perfect example of the perfect mother. All Mercy has to do is the exact opposite of what her mother did,
Yes,
and she
I
would
knew
be, and
what
she will
not to
achieve motherhood
do.
perfection. Yeah, and that's how you achieve motherhood perfection, right? And you somehow, Mercy and I are just alike and have had the same experiences, except when she was told that this abuse and this need and codependence was love, something inside of her said, no, that's not right. Something inside of me said,
Yeah.
okay, okay, that's it, and just followed along,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, for me, I mean, I had this little God compass, this little God light in my heart from the time I was maybe 3. And every night I'd be like, hey, God, please kill me in my sleep, amen. And then I'd wake up and be like, oh, I'm still here. God, why are you leaving me here, right? Because I was just like, how do I get out of this place? And so that's one of those things where I could look at what the adults were doing even before I had words. I could just see the energy exchange, like the body gestures, pupil dilation rate, all these things, their hands. The energy flow was not good. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, these people are not good. God would not be pleased with what they are doing. But I'm not going to say anything because I don't trust them. They're not safe. So I'm just going to hide
Yeah,
somewhere and hide away, right? Whereas that's how I got dissociative disorder. I was like, let me hide, let me be invisible,
that's right.
let me not have any of my memories, let me shut this down. So the agents were like, we got you, child. We're just going to dry erase your memory board. Every single day you're going to wake up and be like, who am I? How did I get here? What's going on? Like that was my experience. Whereas for
Yep.
you were like, your parents told you what? Like you're fucked up. You're like, maybe I am fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's almost like we were given fundamentally different orientations. You were told, um, assume everybody's lying to you. It's all untrue. And I was told, assume
Yes.
everything is truth. Find the truth in what they're telling you. You were like, and they told you find the lie. You found the lies, and then we kind of brought it all together. It's like, oh, it looks like it's all the same. Um,
Ooh,
but
can
we
I
just
just
came at different angles to the same stuff.
Okay, not to break into our conversation,
Do it.
but I literally just found my Caribe the other night. We were in ceremony, got a little crazy. We were like all over the field and wandering and shit. And I dropped my best Caribe, and I was like, oh no, how am I gonna get rape now?
Oh
And
no.
so and it's brown, it's the same color as all these citrus leaves. So I was like
Oh, you
last
found
night,
it on
like,
the
God,
ground?
please let me find this. We're leaving today. Let me find my Caribe. And I just looked down, and it was on the ground, John.
Oh, yay. Mercy's talking
God
about a
is so
little
good.
sacred tool called a caripe that you use to administer shamanic snuff rapé to yourself. You just blow it up your nostril, and that's one of Mercy's power plants. And it's a super. I mean, this is not a what people consider psychoactive. Yet Mercy's talking about her capacity. You talked about how you ended up getting what they pathologized as dissociative disorder, and yet before
Yeah.
that you were telling us about these shamans who were mystified at how you could enter those spaces without using the plants. And you put those two together, it's because this dissociative disorder that you pathologized her for was the development of a gift of being able to shift her state of consciousness on the fly without using a psychoactive component. That's what it is. She's learned how does her body vibrate differently and how to make it do that so she can tap into something that others have no access to, even on medicines. Right? I mean, it's,
local, right? So it's like quantum time and space. And I had a trauma therapist, amazing Maribel therapist that I worked with. And she said to me, we were doing work. This was after my divorce. I was very traumatized. You know, I'd had a rape and a beating and all of these really tumultuous things. And I had said as an adult, I can never go through what I went through as a child. If I had to go through those things again, I wouldn't make it. And when I made that statement, God was like, actually, you can make it. I'm going to have your ex-husband do all this stuff to you, and then you're going to get away, and you're going to be traumatized, and you're going to find a trauma therapist. So here I am with Maribel. We're in there every 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm sorry, what was I saying? What were we just talking about? She goes, it's okay, you dissociated. Like, dissociated? What is that? So she tells me what the word is. So I see her for like a year and a half, and towards the end of our time together, you know, we were getting into something deep, and I kind of like I laughed out of my body because I was like, oh, this is uncomfortable. And so her office was next to like a Kroger parking lot. So I was just like floating over the Kroger parking lot, and I'm like, let me see how many red cars I can find in this parking lot right now, right? So then I'm doing that, and then I pop back into my body, and then my body like shudders, and she goes, where'd you just go? And I'm like, what? She goes, where'd you just go? I said, over to the Kroger parking lot.
right.
She goes, what? And I said, yeah, I was just counting red cars over there. And she goes, okay, I need you to hear this. And I was like, okay. And I'm thinking she's going to like, I don't know, maybe say something negative to me. Like, I need you to stay in the room, or I need you to pay attention, or blah, blah, blah. But no, she said, listen, there are like sages and people like monks who meditate for decades to be able to do what you just did.
Yeah, that's
And I'm like, oh, okay. She goes, yeah. So I know that you think that this is your biggest like weakness. Like, so you
right.
feel like you can't stay in your body. You can't, you know, be here in time and space. You can't orient to here. She goes, but if you could learn how to harness that,
yes,
it would be your superpower. And I was like, what?
Wow, Mercy.
Oh yeah.
Bravo to that psychologist for recognizing that, because every psychologist I have ever worked with, and I've worked with a lot of them, have been trying to cure me of dissociation. And what the world needs to learn to do is how to dissociate. That's their fixation on the 3D, 4D reality. You need to learn to release from that. You are being shown how to release.
Dissociation and imagination are literally the keys to creation. It's your consciousness.
Absolutely.
You just have to let it flow and let it be free and let it wander. And know that God's got you, that you got this little silver cord pulling you back to your body whenever you need it.
What I've found is that if it pops into my imagination, it's possible. And if I sit with that vision for long enough and pay attention to how things unfold, Spirit will show me exactly how it is possible. They'll show me the pattern. And then I kind of keep sitting with that, and then suddenly Spirit shows me that I am connected to that pattern and that is where I'm headed, right? And it's just, it becomes very natural. You only have to see how it is possible, and then you hold on to that pattern, and you watch it unfold before you. It makes life a lot more interesting. It feels more like living instead of just waiting. You know, everyone seems to be just waiting. Let's live a little bit.
That's because they're waiting in the 3D. You know, they're so locked in like here now physical form. Like when they brought about the Industrial Revolution and the scientific empirical method, they really dumbed us down. Okay,
dumbed it down. They did.
They did. They're like, well, science can't validate that. Yeah, science can, because it's got some feeble little tools. So if it didn't fit into the scientific method of inquiry, all of a sudden
that's right.
Real. So all these things that were magic for millions of years, all of a sudden wasn't real because science said it wasn't. Like,
the guy that invented the science of geometry was Euclid. We call it Euclidean geometry, and he imagined a point, a line, a plane, a solid. He imagined these things. They don't exist. He imagined them.
Yeah.
And he said, and we had this multi-dimensional universe, and he said, let's dumb it down to three or four, right? X, Y, Z in time. We'll dumb it down for you. And we're trying to say, hey guys, let's let go of those assumptions that there's only three or four, right? Everyone, he said, let's assume this, and then we've all made believe that it's real. It's like, no, it started with let's assume. So let's assume something else. And that's what I do. I assume I assume there's infinite possibility and infinite dimensions, and I say, well, if that's my assumption, what does it look like?
I mean, this is what we see in like this shamanic space and these journeys and voyages is the geometries of creation. When people talk about going through these tunnels with rainbows and colors and shapes, it's what it is. The fabric of the cosmos is it aligns into these patterns, and so him telling us about these patterns and like bringing this form of geometry out, it's like he's trying to share the sacredness of creation, right?
That's right. That's
and when
right.
I'm cleaning someone's field, I say I'm looking for distortions. What I mean when I say I'm looking for a distortion is I'm looking at someone's energy field, an energy body, an auric field, right? There's colors in the auric field. The energy body has geometries in it, and so I look for places where they're discolored. They're grayish. They're greenish. They're these dark, low resonance colors that are kind of muddy. And I want to make those the rainbow that they once were.
Oh my
and
God.
if there's a geometry in there and it's not symmetrical, if there's no symmetry to it, if it looks like tangled
It's
up like
non-linear.
slice or something,
Yep,
it's
non-linear.
an energetic entanglement that was put onto them by someone else, because everyone's field is coherent and symmetrical when they come into the field.
Oh,
And the environment puts the distortions into the field.
they're all clean, but they have now absorbed somebody else's dissonance, just like you do in ceremony, but they don't know how to clear it. And so
Yeah.
that's the distortion, that they've got something that's they've taken something in that they don't realize is actually theirs. Like someone has projected, but they don't realize that's also theirs, right? And they're trying to get rid of it. You know, Mercy, when you describe doing this work on someone, and then later they've gotten what they need to get. Now you have their stuff inside of you, and you're processing that. You've described not just seeing their shit, but you see their ancestral shit, right? You see
Yes.
those who came before them, which tells us that their history is inside of them because you just took it from them.
Yeah.
And so when
Yeah.
when someone is graced to experience your healing, it is not just for them. It's you're healing the family, right? This is this is healing the ancestral line.
Their immediate family that's around them, they're ones that are deceased that are crossed over. So I can put my hands on someone in ceremony, and I can see their ancestors from all of their lineage. Which, yay, they're survivors. They survived. They lived long enough to make the person in front of me, right?
That's
so they're
right.
all there, and some of them are great, and some of them are more difficult. I have those difficult ones removed by angels because I don't want a turd at the party, right? I'm trying to keep things in alignment.
Yep.
But if someone shows up and they're difficult and their energy is on this person, I'm going to clean it. I'm going to go through the quantum, back through the timeline, and I'm going to clean it. And when I'm doing this, I'm also cleaning, like in Native American, there's the saying 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. So in one of my prayer works that I do, if I am doing a lot of ancestral clearing, I pray that. I pray that it goes 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. So I'm like, I want to clean
7
you,
and 7.
your granddaughter, and your great-granddaughter, and your great-great-great-granddaughter. you know.
That's amazing. So 7 generations is effectively 140 years. So you're going 7 back, 7 forward, 280. That's a full Pluto cycle. Pluto cycles in 250 years, right? Pluto the destroyer. But so we can see the geometry, right? 7 years is an octave, and so you're going back an octave and forward an octave in terms of generations. There's something I want people to be aware of, because everyone's going to want to have a direct experience of your healing, and you can have that. You could witness it and be there, and it's not your witness. You're not witnessing Mercy healing someone else. If you drop into that space, she will be healing you in your family line. If you miss it live, pick up a recording. It's the same thing. It transcends time and space, and it transcends individuality. It is all universal. So
As we know, even if this is recorded now and someone listens later, the field is still there. The resonance, the frequency, the light codes, the language, the prayers, it's all coming through our dialogue So even just a person simply sitting and listening, even if they're not paying full attention, they're still receiving medicine from it.
Right, and so that's pointing to the fact that this is timeless because you and I are, we don't exist, you and I, anywhere but in the present moment. And so
Yes.
this is a communication that is being imbued into the present moment, and the present moment always exists fresh and is happening in the here and now. So you pick this up, this quadcast. It's a present moment quadcast, and it's alive in every moment. There's no such thing as I missed the live broadcast. Every one of these is alive. Everyone is alive because we're we're transmitting in a timeless space, right? We're beyond X, Y, Z in
Yeah.
time. Um,
Yes. I got my Yawanawa tribe. I got some feminine force. It's from Earth Love. This really great person down here in Boca. I was trying to, I left my frappe at home, as you know, and so it's one of the medicines I work with, and had ordered some to be shipped to my brother's house, and I don't know, it didn't show up on time, so I got online, and I asked ChatGPT, can you help me find somebody? So this fellow who's like a distributor to the United States, I was like, hey, I'm a medicine woman, I'm doing some ceremonies down here, I need this pay. So he said, order online. You can pick it up. You know, he gave me a location to pick it up. And then I think I overpaid or bought something or it charged for shipping. I'm like, I'll just throw something extra. He said, how do you want me to get you the money back? I said, do whatever feels in alignment. So he gave me this extra little pot of brought pay called Feminine Force. And I was
oh,
like, very, very,
perfect.
very in alignment with me for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, Mercy, you want it? I just got a vibe on something, and can we touch into a tender moment and bring someone? I feel our friend Phil, and I feel our friend
Let's
Phil
go.
in a tender way. And let me tell you how he's come into my, how this name Phil
Okay.
has
Let
come
me
into my.
drop into my compassion.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
let's get
gonna
my
drop in
well, hang on a
this.
second to get my compassion going here.
If
Yeah, gotta
Phil,
get some Kuan Yin on this one. Come
yeah,
on.
I'm ref, I'm
Okay,
ref, I'm referring to a former partner of Mercy's, who's a friend of us both, and who presented certain challenges to her and initiations, um, and
certainly.
so you have that, and then you have that name, and it gets a little sticky. But my little production stool here told me yesterday to he's I've been calling him the production studio instead of studio, and I thought of
Okay.
that song, Phil Collins, Su Studio, and it was singing Studio, and so it was like saying
Oh,
it was kind of saying, call me Phil. And there's a Phil in my life that makes me very uncomfortable. Sharon's mother was Phyllis, and I can see now that
okay.
Phyllis was pretty duplicitous. Did not think of me. She thought me a poor thing that needed some special something that.
Catalyst for growth.
Yeah,
These skills are catalysts for
yeah.
growth. Bless their hearts for agreeing to play that role.
And then it just slipped away. There was another beautiful um, Phil that felt very tender. Where was that Phil? Oh, here it is. When I was a boy, like young teenager, I spent my time out at the family cottage, and I'd go out spend summers out there. And I had two good friends who I only saw during the summer out there. They had cottages there too, David and Phil. Now Phil spent maybe a couple weeks of summer out there. Would kind of get sent off, and Phil one year, and I loved Phil. He was so much fun, and he was from Boca, Mercy, but he always called it. He said, Phil, where are you from?" He said, "Boca Raton, Boca Raton, oh, down in Boca Raton," right? And
Rain.
one summer, Phil came. We were maybe 13 or 14. It was out for the summer, and he had a guitar. And Phil was playing, and he was playing totally by ear. He didn't take any lessons. He learned it, and he was playing us music at 13 or 14 years old. And I thought it was so flippin' cool. And here you are in the Boca area, and here I am sitting, and we're talking about Phils. So that's such a
Okay, yeah, let's bring
yeah.
on some good
Phil,
films. I
there's
gotta
some good
definitely date
Phils
some
there.
films.
There's some good Phils there. So we're gonna reclaim that. We're gonna hold out the knowing that our friend Phil will get the healing he needs,
Absolutely.
But for
And
right
what a
now,
lifetime that takes. And it's not on my tab to hold that
yeah,
anymore. So God bless his journey and
yeah.
his feelings.
And we don't
Far,
reject.
far away from me.
Yeah, we don't reject Phil. Phil in his and the way he sees the world, it fits with us. Way the fuck over there.
Yeah,
Right?
way the fuck over there.
You
I
fit
love it.
right
This is
now.
a long
Yeah,
distance love relationship. Super long distance. You
yeah,
stay over there. I'm gonna stay right here.
yeah. But no,
Chaos maker.
yeah, but not all Phils will
And
take.
ironically, John, with the Phil thread, now here's what happened, right? I had just gone back to work at the hospital because I was like, I need health insurance. I'm back in Michigan. I gotta spend time with my kids. I'm gonna go back to the hospital. I'm gonna, do this. And in my head, I thought, man, is it safe for me to go back to the hospital? Phil used to take walks by the hospital when we were broken up, and he would set flowers and things on my car. And I just thought, should I even be there? I thought, okay, I'm going to park in a different parking structure. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to be around him. I'm going to, leave Phil in the rear view mirror. And then I go to work, and then I start training people. They, put me in as a trainer. And I'm training this guy named Phil, of course. And he's got this bully energy, and he's got this angry energy, and
Yep.
he makes me feel unsafe. And I have 3 or 4 incidences with him until my nervous system is so dysregulated that I'm completely traumatized. And here I'm thinking in my head, how am I going to go back here and avoid Phil? Well, I didn't really avoid him because another Phil showed up and fucked up my good time. I mean, it wasn't that great of a time, but it was. I just tried to be stable, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to have things like stable for my kids. And I'm like, I need health insurance. I might need to put on my health insurance. Let me do this. Well, this guy got me so sideways. I went into a traumatic response. My body was shaking. I was on the floor in a conference room, just completely like shuddering, like Peter Levine trauma, shaking, tremors, and crying. And then one of the other supervisors, I call him. He comes up there. I say, I need to go home. He says, okay. We're gonna get you home, but you gotta talk to your supervisor first. I'm like, please don't bring that lady in here. She's gonna make it work. She's got my mama's energy all over her. So now I realize that the still guy is not Phil, my ex, but actually he's my brother,
Oh,
Jesse. It was
oh,
my bully and tormentor as a
yeah.
child, and that's whose energy he represents. And this woman sitting at the table with me represents my mom, and I'm saying, I'm unsafe. This person's hurting me, and she's saying, you need to get thicker skin. You need to toughen up. You're a lead. You're a trainer. I'm like, bitch, no, I don't need to get thicker skin. I need to get the fuck away from you guys. What I need to do. So I took a medical leave because I was like, I am not about to let my life be like dead dogs
Yeah.
down in this place with you nobody people. I'm out of here.
And so people understand that the job that you were working, right? Here's a woman who I know to be like this fucking pure divine healer, and she's Cinderellaing floors in the medical center on the night shift and pulling double shifts, and on the night shift on the custodial staff you don't get the highest order thinkers. You don't get the best leaders there. All the shit flows there, so the most problematic employee that you don't know how to get rid of, he ends up on Mercy's shift, and the worst supervisor ends up trying to manage the worst employee, and it's an absolute shit show. And and here you are, like she's mopping floors literally, and I'm looking at this saying, we got to get you the fuck out there. And I'm saying to Spirit, would you please show us a path so that Mercy can, like, she's bringing healing into that space, there's no doubt about it, but this is not the most efficient place for the world's most divine healer to be offering her gift.
Right? Yeah.
Just
My
my
life is shining
opinion.
in so many other ways, in such beautiful ways. And the work I'm able to do on people when I can get my hands on them and my Palo Santo and my singing bowls and my drums and my voice, like that's miracles. That's the miracles and blessings that God made, that Jesus made. Those are divine blessings that people receive. And I'm like, how am I not doing that all the time? I don't know, because I don't like to talk about myself, because I don't want to brag on me, because I don't want to tell people I'm powerful, I'm important, because I don't feel like that's a comfortable thing for me to say about myself. I am that, but there's something about when I meet another
That's humility.
person and you're like, I'm powerful. I'm like, okay, are you really? If you're trying to convince me that you are, you probably aren't. Like,
If you have, if you know what, if you have to say it like that, you are, but you don't know how to tap into it yet. That's not the way you tap into it. You tap into it by giving away, saying this isn't me. I am powerful because I can open myself to channel something pure, but what I channel is not me,
Oh, yeah.
right?
It's not me. It's all God's work. It's all God's work.
What
I'm
I
just a channel. I'm just a microphone. I'm just an instrument that God is playing His blessings through.
Yeah, I know there were those a couple of moments where we would have an experience where I'm experiencing your gift and something like beautiful happened and my eyes are like, oh my God, mercy, that I how do you do, and you're like, I know, right? You're like as excited and
Yeah,
mystified by it as
it's
I am.
miraculous. I'm like, oh my gosh,
It's
can you believe it?
miraculous.
That was amazing. It's never wasted on me. I'm always impressed. I'm always blown away, and I'm just like, wow, that was awesome. Because it's magic. It's pure magic.
You know, another thing I want to highlight that it's something that just a crumb that you dropped so casually as you're discussing this. Now I want to point out to people that Mercy has no formal training, education in psychology. No, like you don't have a master's in psychology. You didn't go for social work. You didn't, right? But you know you and you know human behavior. But as you're talking there, you very casually mentioned Peter Levine. Boom, just dropped it
Yeah.
and moved on. So let me point out for those of you who do not know who Peter Levine is. Peter Levine represents the leading thought in psychological theory right now. He does something called somatic experiencing, and he happens to be one of like the four like jewels in my sister's
Treating
that
trauma.
yeah.
Yeah.
Levine was when my sister has trained with Levine for years and years directly with him, as well as Dick Schwartz, and he's
Yeah.
pointing to, you know, this is how it really works. That it's in the body, that it comes from within, and so here's my
Yes, your
sister.
body remembers the
Yeah, my
cellular
sister.
imprint and storage of the body.
My sister has is a PhD psychologist with a license in Massachusetts. It fashions herself a trauma whisperer. Has been doing this for 35 years, and by virtue of her actions and how she treated me, she has no understanding of what her biggest heroes in that space and who she works with, what they're teaching, what she claims she is helping her clients with, and yet you have someone who's paid very close attention to their own human experience for coming on, you know, nearly half a century, and she understands it from a lived experience, and she also understands what these guys are talking about, right? It's like, uh,
Yeah, absolutely. I've read every book, I've taken every medication, I've done every single treatment and therapy, and the Western medicine reached a plateau for me. And I was in this neurologist's office, and they were doing brain scans because I said, hey, like, you guys got to fix my memory, like, you know, what's going on here? And they ran all these tests, and they got to the point that said, Miss Whitney, there's nothing else we can do for you. And I was like, okay, you know what? That doesn't mean there's nothing else that can be done. It just means there's nothing you guys can do
nothing
for
they
me.
could do.
So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm going to figure out what it is that I need to do for me because I know I can heal. I just know it. That's my faith. My faith is way bigger than my fear. And so I ran through the gamut of all, I mean, I spent so much time in a therapist's office. My goodness, I could have bought one by now. You know what I'm saying? I could have had a PhD by now for all the hours I logged on a couch. So me going through all these different modalities and healing therapies, I was like, okay, there's something missing here. What's not in the soup that could make it taste better? I bet it's plant medicine because when I was 16 and I took mescaline, I floated out of my body and I was up with the stars and I was dancing between the space of the stars and floating. And I was like, this is phenomenal. And I was completely at peace. I was with the star beams. I was like, wow, this is a beautiful experience. And I remembered that. And then I sat with some mushrooms and I went and talked to a tree. So, you know, my friends are like getting high and acting like teenagers and being silly. And
You're going deep spiritual journeys.
Style, and I'm like, tree, I love you so much. I feel your energy, you know. And so I'm like a little baby shaman, not knowing what I'm doing, just holding this tree. So every time I'd have one of these psychoactive, psychedelic experiences, I was met with joy and bliss and peace and nature spirits, and I was like, okay, this is some magic, right? This is sometimes you need a little magic. You got to sprinkle the magic on it. So that's how I started stepping into the plant medicine space.
That's and I'm gonna add some context here for people because we want people to know your story, and we're here to experience it and tell it. You know, when people hear Mercy did this at 16, they see themselves at 16 years old and where they were, and you think, okay, so within that context, Mercy is doing this and having these experiences. No, that was not. Believe me, wherever you were at 16 is not where Mercy was at 16. Okay,
Correct.
my
Correct. The
greatest
first
fear at
12 years was like a boot camp of terror.
yep.
And when I escaped from that prison, I went from home to home or tent to car or wherever it was I slept until I got an apartment when I was 16.
She's telling you she
And
left home at 12 years old. On her
yes,
own, she left home at 12 years old. My greatest fear at 12 years old was losing my parents. She only had her mother there. And as scary as it is to be without parents, that was a better choice than staying there. Left home at 12 years fucking old. And at
yes,
16, had her first psychotic break and was hospitalized. And it was like
yes,
scary. Fucking scary at 16
yes,
years old and not
yes.
leaving at 16 to go back home, and they're saying you have to take these classes. She's saying I don't go to school, I have to work, I have to live. 16 years old, right? And here she is
Yeah, so
today.
I had 3 jobs because I was paying my rent, right? I had work to do. I was not about to mess around with school. That was a waste of my time. I just went and got my GED. I don't need to do that. And so I'm working these jobs and I'm in this apartment. And one of my friends had left a book in the apartment. It was like Survivors of Childhood Trauma. I'm not kidding you, John. I didn't even read the book. I just opened the page, and as soon as I opened the page, something on my head was like,
You
and I
absorbed the whole
felt really
thing.
weird. And I was like, I don't know what's happening right now. And I went to work, and I was working at Mr. Pizza. It was like my third job, my third shift that day. And here I am making pizzas and stuff. And one of the drivers at the end of the shift, they wanted to smoke weed. So I was like, oh, okay, whatever. I'll smoke some pot with you guys. I took one puff off of that pot. And they dropped me off at home because they were a driver, right? And so I get dropped off at home. I get in my house. And I keep hearing the song Doll Parts by, Kurt Cobain's wife. I am doll parts, doll
Do-
arms, doll legs. And I'm like, where is this song playing? Why is this
Doll
song playing in my
parts.
head? And I go around the house to turn off the radio and realize I don't own a radio. And I'm like, oh, shit. Wagon, John. I'm like, oh, I don't know what's happening. And then I look over and I see the child abuse book. And I'm like, oh, shit. Something weird's happening. And then the carpet starts rolling, dude. And I just smoked pot. I don't know what was in the pot, but I just took one puff off of it. And all of a sudden the carpet starts rolling. And all I could hear is this song playing. And I was like, Mercy, I think this is what they call psychosis. And I think your shit's about to hit the fan. And it did. And I was going in and out of consciousness, right? I somehow got down to the neighbor's house. Was like, I need to go to the hospital. Don't remember getting there. Just remember being in there and then wheeling me through this tunnel. And I'm like, oh, and my body's shaking and my nervous system's kicking out because I had been traumatized, raped, beaten, tortured, all these things leading all up to this. And this was the first time I was in a alone space by myself. And I could actually hear my own consciousness and energy body, and my cells in my body were like, trauma. That was all they were screaming. So
Oh my
I went
God.
to this hospital. I'm in there. I mean, they got me in one of these mirrored rooms with a mirror on the wall. The psychiatrist comes in there. He's talking to me. He pulls his chair close to me. He puts his feet on my feet. He touches his foot to my foot. I don't know what happened. I looked at this guy. I just started headbutting him and punching him in his windpipe. I mean, I just attacked him like a barracuda. And so then they had me strapped to the bed. They put the needle in me. I'm like, how was that? So I'm laying in this bed. I'm all fucked up. And I don't know how many days go by. I wake up. My mom's in there. I'm like, oh, no, it's the devil. Like, this lady, how'd she get here? Because I'm on her health insurance. So they called her.
Oh,
So she's sitting there. She's sitting there with a teddy bear in her hands, of all things, because I'm like, I guess you're on display, so you want people to think you're a nice, normal human being, and you brought me a gift like you're a compassionate human. And she's like, I got this for you. And I just looked at her, and I said, I'm this way because of you. And I took the bear, and I put it in a little garbage can next to my bed, because that's where I felt like it fucking belongs, with the rest of all her shit was in a garbage can. And then I turned the other way to the best of my ability with all the straps on my hands and legs and turned my head away because I was like, I'm not talking to this lady. So I stayed in there for however long I did. And the only thing that I got out, well, I attacked another person because they tried to take my food, but, that was that. And so when I asked John, I told you the story, I got down to the art room, and there was art down there. And so in my room, what I did was I would go down to the art room each day and I painted. I painted vines and flowers and trees, and I took them back to my room and I taped them up, and I sat there and I stared at them and I just talked to them. And that's what made me feel better. That's what the fuck healed me. Not
It-
any of the doctors there. It was the plants that I painted on those papers that I hung on
Yep.
the window. That's
It,
how I got out of there.
and remember, you're in a hospital now. Mind you, she's in a hospital. I have an experience of being hospitalized in a place that wasn't as hardcore as where Mercy was, but I had to deal with the same bullshit psychiatrists and shit like that. And Mercy's telling you what her lived experience is and how it's translated into her healing, and she's like whole and human now, which most of us are not human. Homo sapiens are not human; they only have the capacity. And they're the psychiatrists in these places are asking you, "Do you hear voices?" You know, it's like, yeah, I fucking hear voices.
Like that.
You know what I told him when he asked me that, Mercy? I said, yes, I hear voices. When I was a kid, every Friday night when I went out, I heard my father take it easy. He said, oh, that's not what we mean. I said, then what the fuck do you mean? And how am I supposed to know the difference? And how are all the other people in here? Yeah, they hear stuff. I remember, and that pot, the cannabis, is the flower of life. And my experience with the spirit, and as she has told me directly, is she holds the key to what we call the music of Orpheus. It is a vast musical field. And I used her, I was ceremonying with Violet one night, and I put a playlist on, and I ended up going really deep, and this wild, mystical, beautiful music came on that I had never journeyed to, but it's just like it goes on a Spotify shuffle, right? And it's in this, and it was so beautiful. And when the ceremony ended, what I'll often do is I go back to the playlist and I see what did it play for me. And Mercy, when I looked at the playlist, it was not the music that was playing. It's like that was not on the playlist. It's like,
But you heard it.
but I heard it, and I've never been able to find it again. It was these, it was like chanting. It was Gregor. I mean, it was just filled me, filled
Yeah.
everything.
And thank you for saying that about the cannabis spirit, because in the training that I did, they talk about the different energies of plants, and so I have different plant allies, and cannabis is not traditionally one of them because
Yep.
it has a little bit of a sticky. In South America they call it the yellow sticky plant because it could be kind of possessive or have a little trickster in
They have
it.
the cannabis down there is terrible. The cannabis is super harsh down there. Not
Yeah,
terrible, but
so
it's harsh. It's a different
me knowing
experience.
that, and like I don't like possessive people, and I don't like tricks for people. I have a harder time working with that plant, but I also have to have compassion for that plant that has it in its field, and that it also has other qualities. So thank you for showing me the other qualities of that plant that I don't always recognize.
We will. That's the beauty of when you bring two souls together with different capacities. Because while I have really appreciated my 51 or 52 ayahuasca journeys, that's a really challenging medicine for me because I've had to heal from my lifetime of trauma, but I've also had to heal from my healing journey, and those were really challenging experiences with a grandmother. And we have respect and love for each other, and I think you hold happier memories. I still kind of wince at the thought of drinking that. That's kind of funny, Mercy, because Hamilton accused me of using too much plant medicine. He had no information on what I was using. But if you looked at my pattern in ceremony with him 50 times with ayahuasca, a dozen times with San Pedro, I was the teetotaler. I was like, show me how to get off, go where I need to go on as little of this vile tasting medicine as possible, please. And others are drinking 2, 3, 4 cups, and I'm drinking half a cup. It's about an ounce is what I was drinking.
Yeah.
It was like that's all I need. And now you're talking about, and the idea is get to the point where you don't need it. And
Yeah,
San
if you have
Pedro,
enough in the field and you build an ally and relationship with the plant, and the plant is with you and within you.
yep. Do you remember when we were at January in Cusco and we did San Pedro? There was a day, of course you remember this, when Nikos drank like 10 or 12 cups of San Pedro. Hamilton served it to him.
That man, he needs to drink that.
He needed it, right?
Bathtub of it. Look, we could brine him like a pickle in it.
Yeah, And yet Hamilton sees that, and and here I am. I'm like a 1 cup. That day, Sharon even told me she didn't want me to drink a second cup. She had the gall to say, "Oh, Spirit told me you don't need that." It's like, fuck off. Um,
Yeah.
but he sees that, and then when I come back, when I tell him a month later that I had an experience at Nico's estate, his place, then it was a neo-shamanic crack house, and I told him my direct experience of Nikos's healing was that of being spiritually raped and left. And instead of saying that, and he sees Nico as abusing, is like drinking way too much. Instead of saying, there might be something going on here. No, I become the problem.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And so in these situations, we just have to remember that even some of the most powerful shamans at the end of the day are human and have their own lens
Yep.
that they view things through and make mistakes. And there's something in the world of healers where they could put them on a pedestal or make them holy or make them, everyone is a human at the end of the day. And so they're going to make errors in
You'll get
judgment.
there.
They're going to align with people who might not be in the highest vibrational frequency. They might turn away someone who is a very good, kind, wonderful human. And that's just to their detriment, but it's out of their ignorance that they do it.
Yep. That's that's always, you always remind me of that. You always come back to that, Mercy, and it's always where we have to come back to. We can express what happened and be truthful about what our experience is, and then you got to come around, and before you leave, you have to tell the more beautiful story and say this is true on this plane too.
I mean, if I hated all the people that hurt me, oh my God, dude, I would be a bitter person. I would be so hateful. But I'm like, you know what? God bless them. God bless their suffering. God bless their pain. Keep it over there, and God bless them, right?
Yeah.
Because they're just humans. We're all trying to not suffer. I mean, some of us are doing it by making more chaos and pain, but we're just trying not to suffer.
It's funny. I swing between looking out at the world and say, "My God, you're acting like a bunch of children," and then I say, "Well, that's how they are, and that's how children act," and it's like. As wise as my dogs are, in there somewhere still they're 5-year-olds. Like a dog, that's dogs you generally look at and say, imagine I'm dealing with a 5-year-old.
Through the eyes of compassion, like Kuan Yin, right? The goddess of mercy, the goddess of compassion. You all beings know suffering, may all beings know peace. And you just say that mantra like 1,000 times, and something happens in you, right?
Mercy, tell us about the I watched Kung Fu Panda last night.
Oh my goodness!
I did. I watched.
Okay.
I did.
Great.
So tell me, were you? Tell me what character you were.
Okay. So in Kung Fu Panda, there's this villain dude, and he's down in this layer. He's like way down.
The tiger. The tiger.
He's
Yeah.
got chains on his feet.
Yes.
Crazy tiger.
I knew it.
He's like a super villain, right? And so this bird flies in. And the bird's like trying to check on him. I don't know, make sure he's still locked up because they told that he's
I remember.
He's gonna wreak havoc on all this stuff. And so when the bird flies in, a little feather comes down and it unlocks the key, and the tiger gets unleashed.
Yes.
So for me, my anger, my temper, my rage, my little lizard brain, my survival reptilian brain has this warrior, this savage, wild, crazy, destructive warrior that lives inside of it. And this is like shadow work.
All right.
This is like what people talk about when they're doing shadow work. They're afraid of their own danger, right? Why? Because they've been traumatized and they've got all this shit stored in their field, and it's vibrating and it wants to express. And children who've been abused will get a little dolly house in a psychotherapy setting, and they'll smash the dolls around and throw the furniture around.
Yes.
Why? Because they're unconsciously trying to recreate a pattern to understand it. So in Kung Fu Panda, when I seen that tiger down there, I said, "That's my anger.
That's your anger."
It feels like inside of me. That's this wild, dark beast. That's my shadow side. That's just going to destroy everything, right? Like, and now in this movie, I'm the villain because I'm the dangerous one. But really, I'm not the villain. I'm a wounded, hurt, traumatized, angry person. Of course, I'd be angry that I was tortured for the first 12 years of my life. Of course, I'd be angry that people raped me, beat me, and choked me and threw me across rooms. Of course, I'd be angry. Why wouldn't I be, right? So when we talk about angers and calls to action, it's a call for change. because little me couldn't get the fuck out of that house fast enough. I was just a little ragdoll, pin cushion, curse taken
Yep.
kid that they tried to steal all my godlight and harness it to do satanic work. And I was like, no, you don't. You don't get my godlight. God gave that to me, and only God can take it from me, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
when I remember all of that, my anger gets smaller and softer and kinder and gentler. And then I see wrapped in that tiger is this little girl who is hurting. That's what I see. And
That's
I'm like, come here, honey. Get in my heart. Get where you belong. It is safe now. I don't have any bullshit ass people in my life anymore. I'm safe. And not only am I safe, but I'm something powerful, girl. We got this. We got this to
yep.
be safe. We're warriors. We are peaceful warriors. We're going to bring God's light and God's mercy to this world. We're going to heal ourselves. And in doing so, we're going to heal everybody else around us. So
Yep.
bring it.
And you had various.
It's my medicine hall. Oh my God, it's my mental medicine hall. He just flew over, John.
What'd you see? What was it?
It's a red-tailed medicine hawk.
A medicine
So
hawk.
every time I
Oh, red-tailed hawk.
this bird follows me all over the country when I'm going and doing healings. He'll show up where I'm at, and I'm like, yes, bird, I got chills all over my
And
legs right now. Ooh,
he
I love
flies.
that bird.
He flies by my window, and he flies low enough across my yard that my dogs chase him. Right. That's how low he flies across my yard. Um, I had a thought there as you were talking. What was coming up? Um, yeah, I'm not sure, but um, man, oh man,
Yeah. Well, this is
man,
all
oh
good
man.
stuff.
Oh, I know what I was
We're
gonna
on like
say.
an hour and a half. I don't know how long your stream is.
I know what I was gonna say. You had that experience at 16 where Kali came out unleashed, distorted, like the full, like man, that must have been wild. I've told Mercy to tell people
Savage.
I want to go into I love this part of her, the completely distorted Kali. I see it. I fucking love it, and I'm crazy. I'm hardcore. I want to have a direct experience of it, and I know we will. Where
Yeah.
because I want Mercy to fully embrace this energy in whatever form it presents, unhinged. If she embraces it and allows it, you will never experience it. Thank God. Others out there will never
Yeah.
experience that because it would literally melt you. You will never. You will not be yourself for years, right?
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
she was told at the hospital that you have to put that away. She's been told by healers and shamans that is super powerful. You have to be careful. Put that away. I heard. I said no. Let's bring that out and play with it, right? Let's bring that out and
Well,
trust it.
once your nervous system, once your inner child knows that it's safe with me, because you and I have had so many ceremonies,
Yep.
you know,
Oh
like
yeah.
I have got in my heart, and so even if a ferocity like that fierceness will come out in ceremony, and Kali wields all these swords, and she's very, very forceful and very, very powerful, and she just that kind of power and intensity to sit in the feminine force like that. Your inner parts, your younger parts need to know that she's protecting them, and
Yep.
she is going to cut off the heads of the enemies, of the demons, of the attachments. Like she's a battle warrior woman, and she's battling for you, right? For your spirit, for
Yep.
your soul, for your whole. So that's the part that's like that's when Kali can come out. It's when
It,
she needs to do that.
and what frightened and so people understand when we're talking dark feminine, we're not talking about something that is unique to the female gender of our species. This is the same exact thing as in every single one of us. The unhinged
Yeah.
woman is an expression of the distorted dark feminine. An unhinged man is an expression of the distorted dark feminine. And so when you see me in ceremony or anywhere else behaving in a way that somebody else might find quote unquote scary, what
Yep.
you're seeing is the fear of the dark feminine. And the text messages I sent to Sharon that caused her to feel so much fear and think I was going to commit a violent crime against her, kidnapping. It was the clarified expression of my dark feminine, even as it was in a fair amount of distress. It was mystical, but it was not threatening. But Sharon felt threatened because she had a story in her head. The last time she'd seen something like that, a John who was very important to her. Her brother, who was a year and a half older than her, was a teenager and had a psychotic break. And I did like he experienced what Mercy experienced at a very young age. And Mercy saw very clearly when her mother came in, you caused this. Sharon's brother in that family still does not know what caused that, or still will not acknowledge what caused his psychological break, even though he made threats against his mother, threats against her life. That was a direct, clear threat. You had to read a lot of tea leaves in my messages to get to that place, and they were your tea leaves, right? So that's what happens when we project our fear. We hurt other people. We weaponize our fear against people. We don't do it on purpose, so we'll throw love at it. As I've often said, Mercy, I won't tolerate a single person coming down on Sharon for anything they think she did. That's between me and Sharon, and we just need to acknowledge what happened. But she did nothing wrong. And the moment somebody says she did, they're doing exactly what the behavior that hurts people. That's it. You cannot blame that on her in that way. But this is between us.
Making people wrong or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, who's fear mind? You have to remember people have different parts of their brain. We have the reptilian brain. That's like our fear survival instincts. We have the midbrain and we have our frontal lobes. And so people's consciousness and awareness, they think they're thinking with the front of their brains, but they're not always. Sometimes their lizard brain is thinking.
Yeah.
And so everything that was coming out of her were her fear centers activating from all of her earlier traumas, and she's projecting that onto you. No coincidence that you guys had the same name.
Yep.
So every time she said your name, she was saying his name too. I mean, God forbid I ever date somebody named Jesse. That would never happen.
Right.
Years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's got a certain signature that's not going to fit with you. Because if you declare you're Jesse, you're all of that, right?
Dude, one time I was at retreat and this lady was giving out these essential oils, and she was like trying to give me one, and it didn't feel in resonance with me, but I was trying to be polite to her because I had done some work on her. She was just trying to offer a gift back, and I said thanks, and then I put it on like my pulse point, and all of a sudden it started burning, and I said, what is this called? And she said something like Alicia something da-da-da, and I said, does that mean Alice? And she goes, yeah. I go, that's my mom's name. I'm going to wash this off now.
Alice is your mom's name?
It burned me. It's because my mom's name was Alice. So
oh my God.
Burned my wrist.
Alice in Wonderland. Oh my God.
Yeah,
the absolute distorted. Yep, let's send something to Alice, because let's we talk about telling more beautiful story. Mercy's mom clearly had a horrific life growing up. That's how you become distorted and I'll just call it demonic. And yet we're graced to have Mercy in our presence as she is now, and there's no way you get to this without having conquered that struggle. You simply or whatever I am, there's no way to become this without having experienced that thorough annihilation 9 months ago.
I was forged in the fire.
Forged in the fire. Forged in the fire. Absolutely.
Yes, the diamond, you got to put all that pressure on the coal to make it into a diamond. So apparently they just wanted me to be a real bright, shiny diamond.
Yeah, they say that, right? You put pressure and heat on coal and you get this diamond. And these are the patterns, and they scale, David. I laugh. I had a chief operating officer. I'd done amazing stuff within my region that they wanted to see done everywhere in the company, and I was like, how come you're not taking this and why don't we do this everywhere? And he tried to tell me that things don't scale like that. And I look around me at the natural world, it's like everything fucking scales. It's simple and it scales. It's so easy. But oh man, Mercy, how dead did I look when I came out of the hospital?
Oh gosh. So just a shell of you. I was like, oh man, I had a feeling when I was leaving that things were going to go a little bit sideways. But I didn't cross sideways. They were going to go. You looked like just, you poor thing.
Oh man.
I mean.
I was empty. I was empty and shell shocked. Empty and shell shocked.
You were traumatized.
Oh my God. That was, and I'm realizing it now, Mercy. If not for you, they would have accomplished whatever I would have broken. There's no way I could have. I'm just trying to imagine getting through that summer, having not had those experiences, and you helping me to find enough of my center so that I could start doing it myself. You didn't take over. You just said, "Now you got this. I'm going to shoot. Take a little bit." You took stuff. You didn't take just a little from me. You got sick. You took so much from me that
Yeah.
you got sick, real sick, and it was a conscious thing. I think some part inside of you recognized that for us to grow together, it was a sacrifice that you made. You helped me get on my feet so that I could kind of, I think, reach down and say, okay, now we can do this together. But remember all the
Yeah.
ticks. Franklin is just,
Dude. Oh my God.
yeah,
I mean, I can't even count how many tick bites I had in the last year. I'm never having them my whole life and being in nature all the time. And then all of a sudden I get attacked by all these ticks.
yeah,
I saw them and I lost the ceremony. And they were like these ticks that were like from this dark, like energetic planet where they came to the world to try to like get people in nature. And I was like, oh my God, that's what their poison is. Okay, they're trying to take out like the people who are like, in nature, 'cause nature heals.
so
And
we,
like me coming to you, like when you, like, okay, so you're like, Mercy, I'm in the hospital. I'm like, God, I've got you, right? So
yeah,
I come there and I'm at your house and I'm like, girl, I'm gonna go get John. She says, well, he's not gonna be out for another week. I'm like, oh no, he's getting
he's
out.
getting
I'm
out.
gonna go do some work. He's getting out. I'm going in ceremony, girl. I'm getting him the fuck out of there. So I went in and I sat down, not in physical form, but
Right.
in the astral form, in my energy form. I went into the ceremonial space, and in the astral, the night before, I sat across from this psychiatrist that was, just trying to get John kept in there. And I just, every
He was
single thing
unreal.
that he said, every single reason that he had for John being there, it was a debate across the table, back and forth, until I picked every single thread of anything that he had to say that was a reason for him to keep John there out of his brain completely until it was clear. And once he went clear, I went clear, I popped back out. I said, Daryl, I'm going to go get John. She's like, well, I don't know. I said, I think I should start driving that way. I said, fine, I'll wait. He's going to call. We're going to go get him. She's like, okay. So then you call, you're like, Mercy, I can't believe this is letting me out of here. I'm like, yeah, they are.
Oh my God. They
That dude couldn't think of a single reason to keep you anymore because it was all out of his fucking head. He was fucking confused drinking his coffee. Like, what am I doing here today?
he was so confused. The conversations that he and I were having, he had himself in a twist. He just kept. It was like we kept coming back to the same place, and I'm like, you're talking in circles. You are talking in circles, and
Yeah, he was trying to.
yeah, and so
He's
Mercy,
trying to
Mercy,
trap you. He's trying to do the little loopy loop.
yeah.
Spoke with Funhouse mirror saying that's what they do to try to pull something out of you.
So I'm having these direct experiences in the hospital, talking to this this self-important psychiatrist who just like walks around there like he's fucking like his shit doesn't stink, with his Prada glasses on his buttoned up vest, and so proud of himself. And Mercy's never met this guy. I haven't told her a lot about him. I've just said this fucked up psychiatrist is just giving me a hard time. And she has this astral experience of him where she's picking him apart. And when we talk about it, she describes this entity that she's working with. I'm like, yes, that was him. That was him. I sat with him. I know that's him. That was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And after he's like throwing one piece of shade after another in front of me about why, like, so here's the trick of those things. They put you in and you're there for quote unquote 3 days. Well, the 3 days is actually from the moment you say, I'm ready to get the fuck out of here. So they say, now over these next 3 days, we're going to watch you very closely, make sure you're safe to yourself and everyone else. The first moment I had, they put me in like in an afternoon. I woke up the next morning, I said, get me the fuck out of here. I'm ready to go. So I said, start the clock. Right now, start the clock. And they were not going to let me out. And it was coming to like, okay, I think it was day 2. Or maybe it was the first full day. And I woke up in the morning and I saw him. He came in and he just said, you're leaving today. I was like, yeah, you want to get rid of me because I'm making you too uncomfortable. It's too obvious. It was too obvious to them that I didn't belong in. They were feeling really uncomfortable about it. I was more The sanest people in there legitimately were the people they were watching.
Yeah.
By far, they saw, they understood life and experienced life in a more human way than anybody that was working there. Absolutely, and it's and they have been so getting to the ticks. So people kind of a way of experiencing this. There were a lot of people in that are doing this shamanic work that Mercy and I know, who were holding negative feelings towards us. Um, and those feelings, they were kind of sucking at us. It was a sense of like a parasitic kind of thing. And it presented us energetically as tick-like, like a tick parasite. And suddenly, in this dimension, Mercy and I are having a lot of physical experiences with ticks. My dog Franklin was infested with them, and I don't give him tick medicine because he doesn't do that. But dogs, you don't keep the ticks off the dogs because if they take them off the dogs, they come onto you. The dogs are here to attract the ticks, and Mercy is super sensitive to the ticks, and so I and the
I'm
dogs
super sensitive to everything.
super
But
sensitive.
but
Yeah, because she is a.
it's
And again, this isn't one of these Mercy so sensitive. Mercy is a highly tuned instrument, right? And if you're going to have as I say, if you're going to have an electron microscope, you're an idiot if you don't use the zoom and zoom in close on shit, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
so what I actually did at the time, instead of defending myself from the ticks, and I told you this, I invited them. I said, "Bring them on," and I
Oh
allowed.
my God!
I
And I
took.
said no,
You said
God,
no,
don't
but
do
I was doing.
that.
So I was doing my
I'm gonna
best.
get really sick.
Yep,
Don't say that.
yep. I was doing my best to draw that medicine to me, and Franklin took bore the brunt, and his wounds literally are finally starting to heal, and they'll be all good. Now has been giving him great medicine. Now he's got these infections, these scabs that are on his head and his spine, but they're all starting to clear out now. But yeah, that was a very real attack, and we had people, our friends in Iquitos, the locals, our friend Freddie kept sending me warnings, saying this is what he was feeling, and he was feeling the same thing. He said they're attacking, and in some spaces, Hamilton would tell us these stories about the other tribes attacking. This is a self attack. You know, I was feeling the impact of things that they had said to me. That was all going on inside of me, but it was just as real. And they were not coming forward and saying, we've changed our posture. And so, you could look at it as they're out there and they're attacking me, or you could simply say they are revealing this flavor of dissonance in us, and we're going to clear it out. But yeah, that was scary, and Mercy had to go back to the jungle um, towards the end of the summer, and I desperately wanted to be able to return the favor to you and hold your hand as you went through that experience, and I couldn't do it. I didn't. I wasn't ready. I wasn't healed enough, and fucking Mercy did it by herself. Like, and that was a tough trip. You had an outrageous experience. You had
Oh,
to leave. She had to
I got
follow her
my
own
ass
guidance.
kicked.
She followed her own guidance. Like she was going for a series of ceremonies, and she had an experience in the first one was very challenging. But you said you didn't run away. You said I got what I came to this one for. You can keep your other ceremonies. I need to go to the next thing.
Yeah,
Um,
one and done, dude. That was not that kind of
one and
medicine
done.
for me. I mean, it was Arcana, which has this big reputation,
Yeah,
and I just thought, oh, this is going to be a great center for me. And turned out, because it was a powerful lady shaman, and
yeah,
I was like, okay, great. Like Claire's retired. I need a new shaman lady to work with. Let me see if I can go work with this lady. And I get there. Well, turns out they had a spiritual attack on their center the week before, and this lady was weakened, so it was just me and fucking God. And
yeah,
I drank that ayahuasca, and there was so much mapacho. They handed it out to every single person, which most of those people don't even know how to work with that spirit, so I don't know why they were handing it out like candy. Everybody's smoking. I can't breathe. I'm like, what the heck's going on here? Then, as soon as the medicine hits me, all above this giant ass Coloca is all
Yeah.
demons with teeth, tails, and gray and green. And I'm like, oh shit, this is not a good situation. Why? Because the fucking shaman inside is weakened. And she's trying to hold the field. She's holding it outside of the Maloka. But as you know, unconscious awareness goes through the whole jungle. So I'm sensing what's outside the roof. Maybe the other people can't sense it. There was 3 other people who saw the tails and the teeth. But besides that, it's me. And I'm like, I gotta get out of this place. I
Yep.
can't breathe. I'm having an asthma attack. I have to take my inhaler. Now I'm putting a chemical steroid from the pharmaceutical companies in with ayahuasca. Ayahuasca's like, girl, what are you doing? And I'm like, mother, ayahuasca, please help me. I just need to breathe. I had my face pressed against the screen, trying to get air through the screen.
Ugh.
I was like, man, I got to get out of here. So I'm in the back room of this Boloka, convulsing on the floor. My body's just slamming around. And you know, like, they're not sending any of the powerful shamans because they're all fucking weak. Spiritual attack the week before. I'm like, man, can you get me out of here? Can you just open the door and let my little body out of here? Like, I got to get away from these people.
Yeah.
They can't hold this container. And so that's what can happen. I can go to sit with medicine and go to sit with someone. And even though this place is this place with this reputation and all these and that, if the other factors aren't in alignment, what comes out of me,
Yeah.
John, because of all the stuff that was done to me as a child, is some big shit. It's
Right.
Big fucking shit. It's real satanic. It's real fucking dark. And if somebody can't hold that space in that container, they don't know what to do with it. Like, I have all these angelic frequencies in my body,
Yep.
but I also have little tiny remnants left over from the cells that my mom used to feed me. And every once in a while, one will break off my intestinal wall and come out my body in the worst kind of way, right? And
Yep.
so that whole experience, yeah, I was sideways. I limped out of there. They put me on a boat, got me back to my hotel. I called you. I'm like, that's fucked up.
Yep.
I'm sick as the dog in that hotel. I had to do combo, which is, you know, for anyone who doesn't know what combo
Serious
is,
purgatory.
It's a frog medicine. It's a
Purgative.
purgative. It clears the field. So I was like, I got to pull all that medicine from that place out of me. So I go meet with Victor, who's the one who trained me on doing combo in the jungle.
Yep. Tobacco.
Like, hey, dude, clean me up. So he's coming and picking me up on his motorcycle. I can barely even hold on to the motorcycle. Taking me to his place, and I'm just vomiting day after day. Vomiting and shitting. Because I got to clean my field out. But by the end of that week, I was just completely deflated. Like, if I was at...
Yep.
You know how your little gas heater comes on in your car and it says, warning, you need gas?
Vision
That
shut
thing was
down.
like, bitch, you're on empty. You're past empty.
Yeah.
You better just get home and get in your bed.
That was an incredibly frightening experience because that's when all your channels shut down, and when you have this gift and it suddenly evaporates on you, it's like spirit is making it very real.
Wild. So yes, let's talk about that.
The-
That was insane. My channel shut down, and for anybody who knows me,
Phew.
like, listen, I don't have any local consciousness or intelligence. It's all divinity and God. Like 80% of my operating system is spirit. The other 20% is like what's left of a human. And so when my channels are offline, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you feel
My
defenseless,
culture
right?
didn't speak to me. My angels didn't speak to me. The plants didn't speak to me. They told me don't have any more plants. So I went into my little cocoon, my little turtle shell, and I just prayed. I was like,
Mercy.
help me, please.
Sharon.
I'm so lost. I'm so alone.
Mer-
Nothing's coming to me. And God was just like, I'm giving you the silent truth.
Yep.
I was like, whoa.
And you know the power of your beautiful hair, right? And you're always conscious of what length it is, and you know the myth of, you know, Samson and his hair gets cut and he loses his power, that sense of losing, and you feel very unprotected.
I got a bad haircut in the jungle.
Is Sharon cut your hair?
I got witchcraft in my hair.
Sharon cut your hair just about a year ago.
Sharon cut my hair. That might not have been the best decision for me, but at the time I just needed the witchcraft out. But you know, my hair is part of my spiritual power.
Mercy, that was a year ago, maybe like a week from now or 2 weeks. That's what we're coming upon, that time when then we were together in the jungle, and did the healing for Hamilton. Yep. So the cutting of the hair. One of the things I want to point out that, you know, Mercy does, she does healings for others, and she's always in ceremony and doing healings for herself. And we heard earlier you were talking about who you are in ceremony and this kind and gentle nature, and that's how I experience you all the time. So I see you as always in ceremony, right? I mean, that's for me. I'm always in communion. I'm always in ceremony, and they're all in every moment. That ceremony looks different, but sometimes you're doing such deep healing for yourself that it can be a challenge to both hold the container and do the work, right? And so when we're going really deep, we find someone who's capable and we say, will you hold the container and allow me simply to focus on me and do the work? And in this case, Mercy is describing it as these shamans who are going to hold the container for her at this very well known and regarded retreat center. Had an experience a couple of weeks before, a week before, that Mercy describes as having been demonically attacked. And you could look at that as they had an experience in ceremony that was really, really big. And it disrupted things. And they have not figured that out and integrated that yet. So they're all fucked up, and they don't have us. They don't. They should not have. They were not in a position to hold the container. They had their own containers. Did not have integrity at that point, and they're trying to hold the container for someone else. They had to do their own work, so they left you to both be container and contents. And of course, God is showing you, because I realize every time, because of who I am, maybe this isn't for everyone, as soon as I say I can't do that, God is going to show me that I can. He will not let this being hold a thought of can't do that.
For a couple months, I was like, well, and I had people calling me. They wanted ceremonies, they wanted sessions. I had people booked on my calendar, and I'm like, hey, I need to cancel the session, because in my head, I'm like, none of my shit's working, so I can't operate on anybody because my souls aren't talking. I don't know what's going on. But there was like 2 people who still insisted that they get their ceremony.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this, but I'm just gonna tell you that I don't know how it's gonna go, because I'm not, I don't feel in alignment right now. I'm gonna do my best, but I'm also not working with all of my tools. So I'm gonna give you this session. And if it doesn't go well, I'm not gonna charge you for it. It's just gonna be like, a gift, and I'll do another session in the future. But some people felt like they had to have it, and I get that. You have to have it now, and you have to have it with me. So I'm like, okay, let me do what I can. So the first session I do, I'm like trying to move something, and it somehow moves. But I feel like I'm using more of my brain than my intuition and my gifts. I feel like I'm actually talking to a talk therapist, because this is a remote session. So I get through the first one, and I'm like, little trickles, little tiny, like one big word came through. And normally I go into this trance, and I'm channeling, and like the trees are speaking through me, spirits are speaking through me, the ancestors are speaking through me. There was nothing. It was just me talking with my brain. I'm like, okay, I got off the call. The person seemed happy. I was like, okay, I guess it's okay. The next call that I had, the lady would not give her session up. I was like, I have no clue how I'm going to do this. This lady speaks Italian. She's referred from another lady I worked with who speaks English. So she's going to translate. So not only do I not have any of my gifts, but I also have to talk to a translator.
You got to talk to a translator.
As the energy is flowing through me, normally I say to the person, these prayers, and I ask them to repeat the prayers, and then they repeat back, and as they do, I'm sending the energy. So I got to do this now through the translator. Well, I already claimed her energy. That's the good part. I already claimed her because she's a previous client. But then she's talking to her friend, and now I'm cleaning that lady. So it's like the 3 of us, and I'm trying to hold this triangle. And my energy is like, like just pushing back on me so hard. But I start to feel the lady's neck. I'm like, oh my God, it's in her neck. So I was like, tell your friend to put her hands on her neck. Put her hands on her neck. She's like, okay. I'm like, tell her to sit this way. Get in front of the camera. Get in front of the camera. So I'm like singing, as I'm saying into things. I'm sinking into the screen, into this lady's neck. I'm pulling all these voices of her brother and her family out of her neck all the time. The lady's swallowing her voice. And it clears. It finally clears. And then the God turns on like a little bulb inside of people's eyes when they go clear. It's like ping, 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 ping. And then I know I did it, right? Like it's clear. So I'm like, okay, somehow with my broken tools and just little trickles of me coming through, even at like a 5% capacity, I still was able to work on someone's field remotely through a translator. So I was like, you know what, Mercy, You're good enough. You don't
It's
have to be perfect. You don't have to be awesome.
more
You
than
don't
good
have to
enough.
be like the bestest best.
Yeah.
You did it. You did what she needed you to do, and
It-
that was a blessing. And it's okay enough,
And
right?
and you say enough. And my direct experience of you throughout that time was that I experienced no diminishment of your healing powers whatsoever, whatsoever.
So
And
that's what I
as you
learned
worked
was
with
that
me,
even when I can't feel them, they're still working.
that's right.
So it was like teaching me to have blind faith.
Blind
It was
faith.
about blind faith. That was my lesson from all of that.
Even when my quote unquote channels are open, there is a felt experience that is very mystical. There's a vibration, and and it's a very clear sense that which that I am not creating this, it's just flowing through me. But what this is pointing to is that even when you don't have that buzz and that very clear sense, this is not you, it is just God flowing through you all the time. There's no such thing as channels being open or closed. They're always open. You just having a felt sense of it that is different, that's made you feel confident that with this buzz, I see it, but you always see it.
Yeah.
You open your mouth and you tell a story, and that's the story. That's the vision. It just happens.
Yeah.
That is, and so when we start talking about practical things, like we hear these stories of the telepathy tapes and these autistic children who are connecting in these spaces. They're not using drugs or psychoactive components, and they're able to move there because they have to. They're trapped in a world. The pressure is incredible, and suddenly they realize they have this capacity. And so this is getting real practical. We're talking about being able to connect with other beings in our, like, not just these angels. Like, I am connecting with my dogs in this way. Like the communication's coming.
But you connect with the energy. Like
Yeah.
the energy of someone. You don't listen to the words. The words are just words. It's like a human dialect.
You have to
that we use
dissociate.
that we're communicating with, but our energy field, our bodies, that's where the communication. Like, I think I read somewhere once that like 95% of communication is nonverbal. So you read body cues, you read, because the body tells the story. It keeps the score. It follows that, right?
Tells the story.
When someone's talking with words, sometimes we can get hypnotized in this little hypnotic trance of the words. That's why it's called spelling, right? But really,
spelling.
there's so much more energy around it if you let go of the words and just feel the vibration, the frequency.
And what I recommend to anybody that might stumble upon this recording at any point, do not listen to anything being said. Let go of that and dissociate. Fall into this. This is let the voice, let it just sing you awake. Just fall. And it's not like, I would never say to someone as I stop talking, tell me exactly what I said. I would say, tell me what experience you had. What's coming up for you? What story is in your head? Let's talk about that, because that's the experience that you just had. And I'm curious about your experience, not what you think.
Yeah, because even words, like, we don't even realize we can say a word. It can be a trigger word for someone. It can be colored in a certain way. Their parents could use that word in a certain way.
Yeah.
So we're telling our version of it, but it's through our lens and our perspective and our narrative. And so what someone else is receiving could be different. That's why when you ask 5 people at a crime scene what happened, you get different eyewitness accounts, right?
That's right. That's right. They all experienced something different. They witnessed the same thing from a different angle, a different perspective, and through a lens that is colored / distorted by a lifetimes of human experience. Right? All of the ancestors are in there.
Yeah. One of the most favorite things I get to do that I love is helping people navigate in the plant medicine space, because it's this super magical world. And if they can get like line through, like, I kind of hold the light for them, they can get through like the onset part of it, and then I can show them the colors, the geometries. I can say, where are you right now? Where are you energetically? Where's your body? And they can describe the place that they're in and what they're seeing with their eyes closed. And I can tell them, I know this place. Look for this. These things there. Oh, find this tool. And they're like, wow, this is so cool. It's like the best video game in the universe, right?
And what I love
I love guiding people in that sense.
Mercy, you always, when we end up in those places, you tell me what to look for because you say, I know this place, I've seen this, and I say, oh, wow, I see now what Mercy's pointing to. But then her heart is so open, she's curious about what I see in that space. And if it's something she hasn't seen there yet, she doesn't say, no, that's not here. She goes, oh, now we're looking at it through this perspective. Now she sees more of the room.
Because it's here for you.
Hamilton only
Right?
wanted me
You're
to
just
see what
another
he
piece of
saw.
man. We're all just another piece of God.
Yeah, and
We're
Hamilton
all
only
here
wanted to talk
like,
about.
have these experiences and share and learn. That's
Yeah.
how we grow.
You want to be careful about a teacher who's taking you on a journey, who insists that you only see what he sees, and who is not
Oh,
interested in
that's
seeing what you
yeah.
see from there. I bring somebody to a
Dogma.
mountain.
Ugh.
Yeah, you know, when you bring me to that mystical mountain in Colorado, you're going to show me all the things that you saw then and see now, and I'm going to see it through me, and I'm going to say, "Oh, cool, I see that, and I see this too." And then we're going to see the same. Now, it won't be like I'm just seeing it. Now we're all seeing it. It just keeps
Yeah,
growing.
because everyone is like a snowflake. They have their own unique set of patterns, their own angels, their own animals, their own plants, their own helpers. So it's like, yeah, let's bring all of us to the party. Let's all sit around the fire, kumbaya together. Like, come on in, everyone. This is the tribe. This is the tribe you've been missing. This is the loneliness you felt in your hearts. Come together, please. We're all here together.
You know,
We're all here to heal.
the things that you were saying, some could call them platitudes because we've heard them all the time, but we discount them. We don't understand it. If
Stuck.
yeah, they're stuck. Like this is real stuff. And if we simply said, you know, these things that we say, it's really like this, and that sounds nice. Well, if you simply said, imagine that's true, what would the implications be? You would suddenly start seeing, like, well, that would lead to this and this and this. You suddenly start seeing, you know, it's really not that much unlike that. And you suddenly start seeing that, you know, when you imagine that it's something greater, it all makes more sense. Even though it's stuff that it's hard to understand, but if you just assume that is the case, it starts to reveal
that's
itself
like,
that that's the
like Walt
case.
Disney, right? He made Disney World. Why? Through his imagination, because he
Yeah.
imagined it was possible. So when you meet a new material and information and it's not in your scope of experience, I invite people. Yeah, that's right. If you don't know that, you don't just have to be like an experience, a known experience. But I invite you to be open to having this experience also. Just open your
Yeah.
mind to it, open your heart to it. And we're so guarded and protected because of all the shit that's happened to us. I get it. Some people are super closed down. And you just have to take more time with their wounded inner child. You just have to be like, okay, little buddy, it's okay. Like, I'm just going to hang out here. We're not going to rush this. So if someone doesn't want ceremony, we wait, right? If it's
Right.
not in alignment, we wait. There's no rush. There's no you have to do this. You don't have to do anything. You get to choose.
Yeah, if
We were
it's
kids, maybe we had to do shit, but now we're adults and we get to choose.
yeah. What's the status of our friend?
You know, well, he had a very good ceremony. I got very sick yesterday, but he's in a much better place. The God light is in his eyes, and bless his heart. So he's doing all right. He's coming out of the other side. But you know, whenever I work on someone, I know there's something in myself that needs to be healed.
Yes.
And don't you know, my brother Jesse came up in that ceremony, and I was like, here we go.
There it
You know,
is.
so as difficult as that healing was on him, I knew there was a mirror moment, and I was like, God, what are you trying to show me? And it was like, I'm trying to show you your relationship with your brothers. I have 3 brothers, and 2
Yeah.
of them were kind, and one of them was severely not kind. And so I still have to work on that energy distortion in my field. And so it was a blessing in that way that he helped me be my brother's distortion, you know, like
Yeah.
the good side, the bad side, patience, the resistance, all those things. It just, you know, and he also asked me not to discuss his ceremony, like he didn't want me consulting anyone.
Yep.
And so I said, hey, you know, I'm not talking about you. I'm not going to tell anything about your personal life. But when I do work shamanically, I have a group of prayer warriors and spiritual people and shamans and medicine keepers that work with me. That
It's a
hold my
network.
container,
It's
because
the community.
I'm doing a pretty big job in
Yes.
the community. And so I won't say your name, or we can edit that out of the video, so
Yeah.
we can just say another name of his. and so that he's respected his privacy, right?
Yep.
For the sake of this conversation, I'm gonna call him Rudy,
Yeah, that's
right?
oh, that's interesting. Rudy was someone that treated Sharon very poorly at the end of the relationship, and what she did to me was a perfect reflection of that. so
Yeah,
so there's Rudy. So
yeah,
yeah, the people we're talking about who we are working with, who have these distortions. These are not we're not judging them for that, and no one should judge them. We all have them, and we all
yes,
behave in these
yes. Well,
ways.
people have a lot of shame and embarrassment and vulnerabilities to the shadow stuff.
Yeah,
And so I try to make sure that when I'm working on someone, they know that they're in a
yeah,
protected space, that their privacy is protected, because some of these people are very known publicly. And I want them to know that it's, just when you go to like a therapist and it's like a client doctor privacy privilege, or with an attorney, like they have the same thing, right?
it,
Like their information is a
yep,
sacred thing between them and God. I'm like a little cosmic janitor. I'm just there cleaning stuff up, right? like
it, and you
and,
know,
and and I'll tidy it all up and it'll look like no one was there. And that's probably why I still am invisible sometimes, because that's how I work. It's like under the scenes, behind the radar, like no public announcement. So when I went to work on Hamilton, would I have liked a kudos from someone who comes from such a big, well-known organization, to be like, hey, Mercy is great. Yeah, I
right,
would love to high five, a virtual high five on some kind of shout out, but I didn't get that, right?
right.
And that's okay. Not everyone's going to publicly say thank you, or Mercy changed my life, or Mercy pulled the demon out of me, right? Like, not everyone wants to announce that. It's like going to an AA meeting. They don't know how anonymous it is or
But
not, right?
but if he had done that, Mercy, that would have been a gift to the rest of his apprentices, because what he would have revealed was that he who they hold in such high regard saw you and your gift, which reveals itself very differently than his does, and he would have been saying, this is sovereignty, we love that in Mercy, she does it her way. And that would have encouraged them all to do it their way instead of doing it just his way, right? and
Yeah,
and, and that's what
yeah.
we're seeing.
Well, yeah.
And as far as the names go, and people saying, I know it's human nature when someone's talking about an experience, and we're bringing a character, a person into it. They want to put an identity on it, and you're wondering which Rudy are we talking about, right? I would say if you're listening to this and you're wondering who we're talking about, assume we're talking about you. I don't care what your name is. You are Rudy. You are Rudy, and we
Yeah,
are talking about you and the healing that Mercy did for you. And when Mercy brings it to you, she brings her entire healing community, that which exists within her. She brings me into it. She brings the whole package, because this is what keeps her whole and coherent, and it's why she's
yeah.
able to come and do this work.
That's the stuff I'm cleaning. It's heavy stuff. It's big stuff. It's not like little, it's not like I got into a car accident and I have trauma. This is like people who've had lifetime full of trauma, addiction, abuse, chaos, bad
Yeah,
luck, you name it. And their ancestors are there, right? And so I'm working on you, but I'm working. I'm working
yeah,
on a lot of other people, and I just even, I had a ceremony up in Nashville, and I'll keep the person's name private because we like to privacy. But I'm working on her, and she said, "Could you work on my brother? He's got a fracture in his neck." And I'm like, "Oh shit, here we go!" Like I wasn't prepared to do some bone repair,
wow,
right? Because this person didn't need the bone repair, but when they asked me to work on her brother, of course, I love her. And I love my brother, so I was like, "Well, I got to do this, right?"
yeah.
So doing this repair work with the neck, I was like literally arched backwards on the floor, and my bones were like cracking, and I was contorting, and it was like I did it, but it took a lot.
And you, Mercy, with such issues with your spine and your scoliosis, right, and being called
Hmm.
forth on the fly, can you do some spinal neck work? I remember when your channel was shut down, and we noticed a couple of things. You were uncomfortable charging because of where you were, so you said, "Well, I'm just going to do it for free." And it was the same time
Yeah.
when you were noticing that when you do healing for someone else, you are at the same time healing an aspect of yourself. So you were saying, it's in my best interest to keep offering this. And so you offered it for free, and we saw that when you gave it away, it became super powerful, right? And your healing was like, wow. And so we started saying, well, let's trust that if best things in life are free. Let's trust that if we offer this for free. When we saw everybody getting distorted as they were trying to figure out how to charge more for their gift, and she started offering it for free, and we're trusting that the support will be there from the world, that they'll say, this is good stuff, we want to support this. We think that's the way it works.
Yeah.
And so that's what that's the vision that we hold, that we're just going to put it out there, we're going to invite people, we're going to offer what we have, and we're going to invite people to share what they have. And if they have some currency, we would appreciate that. Yeah, if they've got some money, we would appreciate that. Or, send hamburgers. We need those too.
Yeah, we need cheeseburgers and barbecue sauce.
But we still need to pay mortgages and stuff like that.
Everything we do have mortgages and stuff like that. I mean, but my house is a sanctuary, right? It's a healing sanctuary. The doors are open.
Yeah, that's right.
For people with money, without money, anybody who needs healing, my doors are open to them if they really truly want the healing. Right? Not just an audience for their pain, but they really truly want the healing. God flows everything through me, so I just believe if God can flow healing through me, He can flow the financial resources needed to support this.
That's right. And this whole journey, what I've been expressing to Sharon was this concept of like, how do you give it away? How do you give it away and still be able to live? And she just couldn't see it. She couldn't see it even as a possibility, and she kept trying to dissuade me from it. I had a quote unquote client, someone that who asked me if I would mentor him and build a relationship, and we have this wonderful mentoring and friendship. And Sharon and I did a retreat with him and his wife. They came and spent twice they did this, spent 4 days with us, and we explored consciousness and relating and so forth. So this was effectively my client, but she put together a financial package for them. And I said, well, she's like, how much do you want me to put in there? How much do you want? I said, nothing. Whatever you need for you, take it. I don't want anything. And she just kept trying to. She felt badly I'm charging. I was like, well, you got to resolve that. I'm not charging for this. I'm not at this point. This isn't what I do. It is what I explore, and I want to offer this. And so there was at one point my friend, uninvited, sent me a gratuity that was that wasn't insubstantial. I think he sent me a couple $1,000s. And I struggled. And then I realized that Spirit was offering me a gift, and I said, oh, I'm very grateful. Thank you. You didn't have to, but thank you. That's one of 2 times I've accepted cash for anything I offered. Someone else sent me $150. They'd reached out on LinkedIn. We had a couple conversations, and but other than that, it's just been, I just got to trust that somehow, if we put out a QR code, click here and you can offer a gratuity, enough people will be compelled.
When someone offers that as well, they can know that what they're doing is, this is just an energy exchange. It happens to be financial, but the energy exchange that's coming back allows us to do this work, allows me to fly to Peru, to fly medicine home.
Yeah.
It allows me to build my altars. It allows me to keep my sanctuary open.
Yes.
So when they're doing this energy exchange, that's part of what it is. You're putting seeds in this beautiful garden, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate those seeds because they grow into beautiful flowers and beautiful plants, and it's all part of this beautiful healing garden that I want everybody to be able to walk through.
Yeah. Oh man. So that's the, as I call it, that's the more beautiful world our hearts knows is possible.
Yes.
And I say that's the more beautiful.
Yep. Smell the roses. Let's get into the sweet, happy place that we all want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Let go of the suffering, let go of the trauma, let go of the addictions, let go of the voices that are telling us stuff in our head about what the judge, the critic. Like,
Yeah.
let's just clear all that out. Let's set you right as rain.
Yeah, let's let go. Let's let go of the normal curve and the pathologies, and let's be ourselves. Let's be the beautiful individuals that we are. Let's express our uniqueness.
Yeah. Be who we were before anything horrible happened to us. Let's be that.
Yeah, yeah,
And God was like, hey, I'm going to send you down to Earth School. And you're like, yeah.
yeah.
And
When,
he didn't give us the helmet. And he forgot to put our wings on us. And we're like, oh, God, this place is tougher than I thought.
right, right. I got into the deep end of the pool and I realized I didn't have my water wings. And he was like, "No, you don't need them. You don't need them. You know how to do this. You can swim. You can breathe underwater."
Yeah, yeah, that's it. And that's what people can do. Like, through this journey and this work and, quantum rewriting, it's like they can find their tools, their gifts, right? So some of them have wings, some of them have a sword, some of them have fire, right? They have different animals, so they can find their gifts that they came into this lifetime with. And that's their allies, that's their power and their strength. It's going to help them, whether they want to train shamanically or they just want like a traditional ceremonial healing. Like, you still can get tools in your tool belt to walk away with, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
That's another thing I love.
What's that?
Like, I have some favorite things that when I get to do them, I'm like, this is so cool. So because I'm a channel and I channel all these different frequencies of vibration and beings, when I'm in ceremony with someone, I've cleared their channel. So I'm basically like clearing out a plumber and getting all the gunk off the sides of their like shingo and their life body and getting their chakras all balanced. And when they come online, they look a little contorted for a minute. Their body might move around a little bit in some weird kundalini thing. But once the shuddering and everything gets through and they go clear, oh, dude, I can open their throat chakras. Their song can come on, their healing song can come on their throat, right? I can pull like
Yep.
roses on their stomach. They can get like healing frequency with the thunder. So I worked with people and they've gotten basically a channel turned on. It was theirs. It just had stuff in it. So I'm cleaning it out. And like, it's almost like, when the Indianapolis 500 car pulls over and the pit crew comes
Yeah.
and does all the stuff and then puts the car back out there. That's kind of what happened.
Tire change.
When I see someone's channel turn on, I'm like, yes, let's build this tribe of channels. Let's build this circle of healers. Let's build channel these messages from these divine beings down here to earth because everybody needs the medicine. So whenever I can turn on a channel, I'm like, fuck yeah.
Oh, I love
We're
that.
in the world.
I love that.
And those are the people who end up being my allies, my spirit warriors. They can hold space for me when I'm in ceremony. So one hand washes the other. You know what I'm saying? And some people will be like, oh, my channel just turned on. Oh, I'm new. I just started. I'm like, oh, hey, stop making yourself small and weak, okay? I see your power. So if I'm seeing it, it's there. So just hold on to that and pray for me. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, pray for me.
And Mercy, I'm gonna let people know how real we are with each other. When either one of us would do this. I'm in the bathroom right now, and I've got a bit of a back end purge going on as
Hey, love that for you.
right. I mean, and it's just
Vomiting, peeing, crying, yawning. We're just going to take the stigma and the shame off of all those body functions. Your body is a beautiful machine designed to release, and if you allow it to, it will let that shit
as
go.
quite literally as you relax. I feel energy, prana draining through me. Everything just wants to let go and find and go in its stream. And so, yes, the urinary tract, the bowels, everything just wants to let it flow out and be natural. And it's a gift. It's a gift.
Whew, all right, honey. Well,
All right,
I'm
dear.
doing my checkout time at my campground, so I got to start packing the car up.
Yes, wonderful. Well, hey, this has been super fun. We did it. Mercy, we've had a formal introduction of
Yeah.
my dear friend Mercy to the world, to this space, to the live space. Right? It's Jake Live. When I'm really seeing Mercy, it's live. It's all live, and it's about live. You know, it's just live. And thank you, dear, for being so open and generous with your spirit, sharing it with
You're
all
so
of us.
welcome.
Oh, everyone, I'm gonna show
Enjoy,
everyone your
as you
beautiful
know.
picture. Um, are you you're packing up? Are you hitting the road today, heading?
Yeah, I'm hitting the road. I'm going to see Valerie, who is just a super awesome, powerful prayer warrior lady. She lives up in Cocoa Beach. She is one of my allies. She comes to me in ceremony, so I'm going to go hang out with her, do some mushroom journey, do some fire work, call in some buffalo medicine. We're going to have a good
Beautiful.
time.
All right, Buffalo Medicine. I'll have to bang the Buffalo drum then. All right, my dear. We will talk to you again soon, and I'll be with you in the astrals.
Thank you, John.
All right, Mercy. I love you so much. I'm so appreciative. All right, we'll talk soon. Love you, dear. Bye
All right,
bye.
honey. Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, that was Mercy. Oh my God. I can't tell you what it feels like to connect with her like that. Um, I hope you could feel that. I don't experience that with anybody. It's just complete allowance for each other and not denying each other and understanding, yeah, just how to relate. You know, we use different language. We don't see things exactly the same, yet we do. We're looking at the same thing and we get curious. Um, you know, I know a lot of fairies and Mercy's cosmology. I get down with the fairies too, but I don't. They live in her in a colorful way that's begun to grow in me. Right, that's one of the gifts that my quote unquote visions are as it's been designed for me have been all very narrative. You know, like I see storylines, and then there's a sense of me kind of saying, what would that look like? It gets built, you know, in the imagination. And Mercy's visual experience has been very visual, and mine is starting to become more so. She's helping me to open up those aspects of it. Um, because she allows for the other parts. Not she doesn't insist that I see it that way. She allows me to see it that way. She invites me to see it that way. Um, because she makes space. She just doesn't say, "Oh yeah, he sees it that way. We'll let him have his thing," but eventually he'll see it my way. Um, the more I see it through her lens, the more she sees it through my lens. Um, and so casual about the technical aspects of it. She's very much into the poetry is there, but if you listen, right, she's just brushes by those things, but they're so solid, right? Like when she's talking about psychological theory, human behavioral theory, but it's not theory. She's showing you lived experience of how it reveals itself within her, and then she's saying it looks the same out there. That's what I've been saying. That's Mercy is in my world. Mercy lives in my world, right? It's Jake's world, and Mercy's living in it. But you see, Mercy has her world, and it's Mercy's world, and Jake's living in it. And so it's Jake's world and Mercy's living in it, and it's Mercy's world and Jake's living in it, and we put it all together, right? So there's Jake's world, Mercy's world, and there's Jake and Mercy's world. Mercy me. Mercy me. God have mercy. Right? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like I said, I got to that point. It was very I'm talking. This was quite literal. literal, and it was on a handful of occasions where I finally got there and I said, please have mercy on me. And I said, God, please, mercy. And he literally sent her. He literally sent her. Yeah, there was a beautiful moment. I had gone through a really, basically had experienced in what the shaman referred to as an exorcism, my third ever ayahuasca retreat. And it was extremely challenging, and I wouldn't wish that experience on anybody. And I've had a number of others, many that have equaled or surpassed that, but I've known what it was and how to handle it. But I've been through that really horrific experience. Mercy was on the retreat with me. We had met at that retreat on the first day. And, we just met and didn't, there was something there. We started becoming friendly. And the next night was her turn to go through really her version of what I went through the night before. And I was having my own struggles that night, was finally making some progress. I had my dear friend, the spirit of my dear friend Joe Rena, who had taken his own life a few years back, came to me to encourage me, and he's been a really constant presence for me, a great encouragement. We've done some beautiful work together, and he was there to encourage me. And I'm hearing Mercy is back in the corner having her experience, and she's going through it. I can hear it, and I can feel it. I can feel it, because I was there. I was there the night before, and I could feel her suffering. I could feel her distress, and nobody was helping her. It's this thing like, no, you got to do it on your own. No one's helping. They've got, if you call to go to the bathrooms, but there's just not the resources there to be with you, because they've got the maestro and he's got maybe 2 or 3 supporters, which is great, but it leaves people alone to do things for a long time all by themselves. And that's an important thing to get, but you have to recognize when somebody needs some support so they can get some breathing room to do what they have to do. That's your job, and there's a lot of humans there that can help with that. And so when there is someone crying in distress in these ceremonies, no, there's not generally people running over to support you. You're on your own until and unless it gets really bad, and hopefully someone would come. And a lot of people did for me. Thank you. A woman who subsequently attacked me openly on Facebook for having made a comment on her post that had nothing to do with her. I was just reflecting on something. She was saying, wow, look, science. She posted something, or shared something about, quantum physicists have discovered this, and is that exciting? That it's pointing to everything we fucking know. I'm like, well, it's about time. Like I get it, yeah, it's exciting, but that's about time. That wasn't, her nickname is Shamama. It wasn't about you, Shamama. I love you. I'm so appreciative. I've been singing your praises ever since you were so gracious on that retreat and helped me. And for some reason, you're hearing people say things about me. We don't speak. I mean, we haven't been able to enjoy each other's company at all since that time, 3-4 years ago. And I don't know who you're talking to, Taryn, or whoever, who's saying things and then you're misinterpreting things, and you're taking your own insecurities and projecting on me, and you call me an asshole. On Facebook, you call me an asshole. It's like, fuck you. Like, who's being judgmental? And then I offer something and say, hey, where are you coming from? I'm not, I'm doing this. And you don't come back with, oh, I'm so sorry. I should not have projected that onto you. Right? That's, yeah. So, Mercy joining the call. Interesting. Um, so, in the midst of that ceremony, and Mercy struggling, the maestro finally said, would someone go and help Mercy? I imagine he was speaking to one of his designated helpers, including this wonderful Shamama. But I heard that and I popped right up. I said, yeah, I'll go. It's not my role at all. I mean, generally they say, no, you don't. But I know this beautiful creature is just going through it. Like, can I go please hold her hand? Please, can I just go hold her hand? And I did. So I went over and I just said, Mercy, it's me. I'm here. I'm here. I'll be with you. You know, I know what you're feeling. And so I just went and held her hand, stayed with her. And after a little while, there was someone else there. I think Shamama and Taryn, I think you came by, and we all stayed there. And, you know, I tried to just, you guys did your thing. That was what you're trained for. You're very good at it. But I felt just called to be there and bring some loving masculine presence. I knew, I don't know, I guess something inside me knew that Mercy had only ever experienced masculine distortion. And I'm not saying anything about me, but I knew I could offer something purer than that to her. A non-threatening masculine presence that didn't need anything from her. Didn't need anything from her, and loved and appreciated her exactly as she is. I don't know where that came from, but apparently she felt it. I didn't think it was any big thing, but I knew it was a big thing when people came to me. I knew it was a big thing when people left me. Shamama didn't fucking deserve that. Didn't deserve that. No, seriously. You know me well enough to call me an asshole, huh? You know me well enough, you hear things about me to call and say, geez, what is this? No, you just go with the story you hear. That's really deep and considerate. You're quite a spiritual being. Wow. Wow. You are a Homo sapiens. Congratulations. You're a long fucking way from being human, and you fit, Shamama, you fit in my cosmology. Way the fuck over there. Way the fuck over there. Yeah. This is the divine masculine too. That's right. They fucking said it. That's why I'm here. To provide an example of what's possible. There, I said it. It's possible to be you. It's possible for you to be you. Not possible for me to be you. But I'm going to be me. Oh, I'm going to be me. That was really exciting. Oh. Again, Jake backstage here. Jake off in the wings. Forgot that he made himself a tasty and delicious coffee drink. Getting the medicine. Oh, fun. Well, we've got an extended Jake undressed. Rather undressed, right? With, MercyMe. And that was it. Something, they tell you specifically, you've heard me refer to in our lineage where we're trained, do not lay hands on. Do not lay hands on. You can feel it, you can lay hands on, but because you're going to take their distortion. And so Mercy and I say, yes, that's what we're here for. Give us your distortion. We've been massive karmic filters our entire lives. Lord, is it mine? No, never was. We'll take yours too. We know what is ours. And, yeah. points to one thing. It all points to one thing. Here's the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. In a month of lonely winters, little darling Mercy, everything's gonna be okay. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, I say, it's alright. Little darling, here comes the sun, I say, it's alright. Sun, here it comes. Sun, here it comes. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Everything is gonna be okay. Here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun. It's alright. It's alright. Here comes the sun. It's all right. Wow. Yeah, something, there was a bond that was formed there, a bond of trust and I think mutual allowance and seeing between myself and Mercy. And no, we didn't fall in love. it wasn't that's sweet. Yeah, I think I would love to. There was some of that, maybe. I mean, like, but in a different way. We fell into something, and there was a lot of love there. When I think of, you hear me talk about rising in love. That has more significance. Of falling in love seems to chasing. I'm finding a dream that's that you really can't find here. That you can't manifest here, though it seems like it has to manifest here. It can only manifest here when it manifests somewhere else at the same way. So you cannot fall in love and not rise in love at the same time. You have to match that, or else you're just going to fall into hell. You're going to fall into dissonance, which is where I find myself in every relationship to some shape or form. I mean, it may not have been violently expressed or passionately expressed, but there's something in the relationship that's not free and clear. People aren't being honest with each other, transparent about how they receive you or what they think about you. And so how do you navigate that? Um, what I find is if you were to ask Jake, are you in love with Mercy? I would say yeah. Oh man, big time. Because take Mercy out of the picture and Jake sits here in love. It's all love. I am in love. I'm sitting here and I'm in. We get too hung up on the what follows with, in love with, in love with. Yeah, it's great to be in love with something. The love isn't between you and they. It's just you're in love. And so I exist in a field of love. And I know my dear friend Mercy also exists in that same field of love. She's there, regardless of where Jake is or whether Jake exists. Mercy exists in a field of love, and she knows that. And so John and Mercy come into relationship, and they recognize each other. They see each other, and I see here's a wonderful being who exists as she is in this field of love, and I am as I am in this field of love. So Jake, are you in love with Mercy? Yes, Jake is in love with Mercy. And we both recognize that we're here and understand what that means. And we feel what that means, and it opens up a lot of stuff. We get to navigate this field of love together. Now, I am in love with all of you, right? You just don't know you're there. And the more you tap into who you are, where you are, and understand that you're in this and embody this sense of being in this field of love, then you're going to join me. We're going to be able to now experience that together. Then I can experience being in love with you, which I do. I got to shift myself to different planes and see you through a dramatically different lens, because you do not present yourself as a being in love here. Even if you tell me you love me always, no matter what, that's not what you're doing. You're needing me. You're needing me to be a certain way, no matter what. Always, right? Sharon, take love out and call it need. And you even said that to me. You were insistent that I need you. You wanted me to need you. You did. You said that. You at one point you teased me, say, "Oh, you want, but you really do need me." That made you feel secure, right? That I need you, because if I needed you, then I would comply with what you needed me to be, and then you would be comfortable. It's not fair for me. You got to let me be me, and find your own comfort from within. You have to experience yourself in love. I was there, and I was in love with you because I tapped into that aspect of you, despite what was manifesting in front of me, which was not always comfortable. Not always comfortable. You're a ball of frenetic energy, and I fucking love it. But that took a lot of capacity on my part to hang in there for as long as I did, until it got to the point where we need some space from each other so I can work on these things and come back and see if I could do it even better next time, and see where you are at that point. So yeah, there's this being in love with somebody is a very it's not what I was told to look for. It's not what I was trained to look for. It's interesting too, like recognizing how I approached the stories that I was immersed in, and how Mercy did. Remember, we noticed she seemed to be wired to, was told everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. It's just backwards, upside down, inside out, twisted. And boy, was it! I'm telling you, she doesn't get what Mercy experienced as a child in that household was fucking demonic. You watch the horror movies, like find the scariest, most gruesome horror movie where people are doing like what they call demonic sacrifices of animals and so, and spilling the guts of an animal. Now imagine a small child beneath that and the guts being spilled upon her. Okay, I'm not making an exaggeration so you will understand what she experienced. That is what she experienced. That was a tiny, tiny fucking piece of it. Being stoned by her siblings. That was their game. As at least in my family, it was just teasing you, Kate. Imagine if Dad led all of your siblings in throwing stones at you as you were being told to hang laundry as a small child, 5 years old, and that's their game. Throw stones at you, stone you, hurt you. That's the shit that she endured. At 12 years old, left home at 12 years old, not to go live with an aunt. Right, started surfing couches and she just got and I see her now and GED, right? GED. You're talking to a man here with went to school through the 20th grade or whatever, 2 master's degrees and a highly acclaimed academic institution in Tufts University and academic pedigree. And Mercy doesn't have that. She's got the life experience, but her understanding of psychology and human behavior is by far surpasses both in her capacity to explain it technically and her capacity to make it practical and do something with it that actually helps somebody to experience a more comfortable way of life, which psychologists cannot do. My sister has clients for 20 years. This is no, you're not helping because you're trying to get them to be like you and you're fucked up. I'm not talking to just my sister, the psychologist. I'm talking to all of you others, family therapists, and with rare exception, Jamila, I'm not talking to you. No, you got it. You know it. You figured it out. You appreciate what they're teaching, and then you're saying, "But what does this look like to Jamila?" Jamila is not looking to become Carl Jung, right? Carl's got that one locked up, and we're going beyond Carl. Carl had us trapped in archetypes. Joseph Campbell had us trapped in a singular hero's journey story, which is conflict-laden. Freud wanted to trap us, and thank you, Jung, for giving us archetypes, because they were alive, unlike the bulleted list that Freud gave us of dementia, of personality characteristics. They're dead and static. But when you say instead of this aspect is these characteristics, when you create for me, when you point me to a full story, that which is Zeus and all of the other gods, these are just dimensions of ourselves, and now I don't have to think when I'm tapping into that energy, which is Zeus with a lightning bolt. I don't go back to Freud's list of these things. Zeus lives inside of me. It's a mythical character and dimension, and I know enough about Zeus and who he is. I don't have to know all of the specifics. What did Zeus do in this situation? No, WWZD. Okay, I'm calling on that aspect of the masculine presence. What would Zeus do? I know Zeus, right? So I don't go back and find this exact example of Zeus. No, I know what would Zeus do. This is it. I don't need that. So that's what Jung did for us. He brought to life these aspects, these inner dimensions of ourselves. And then Joseph Campbell came along and he put them all in a story. He said, now we have these dimensions and who you are. Now this is what that being does. And he goes through these stages, right? That's the cycle. That's the life cycle he's showing us, and he's putting it into a mythical tale of the hero's journey, Odysseus and all that, going out, slaying his demons, dealing with the sirens, and coming back home, dealing with his mother issues and his father issues, getting it all cleaned up, and then going back out into the world, right? tag, turn around and run to the, you keep going. And so, I see a lot of you coming back to make the tag to keep going. I hit the post and I'm running, so I'm seeing you coming the other way. We're all doing the same thing, right? But you see me going the wrong direction. You say, no, it's this way. You say, no, I've been there, and it's back this way. So yeah, you keep going, boom, or just hop on, right? I know what's between here and there. I'll tell you about it as we go, right? Or if you want to, you can go and do all of that. And I'll go do it with you, because I can do that and do this at the same time. Because that's what you figure out when you make the turn. You figure that out. You've already done it. You can keep doing it. I don't put any limits on where my relationship, where this friendship can go. The friendship, this energy field that exists between this being and Jake and his dear friend. Well, actually, I'm not going to say between John and Mercy, because Mercy sees Jake and respects and honors Jake, and I think she gets a kick out of Jake. We all do. But I mentioned, as I was kind of going through this transition in who I am, personality, and how this being presents itself to the world. What I'm honing in on, as I've mentioned, is that John is at the very center. John is the seed, and Jake is kind of here to express him and speak on his behalf, and to make sure that he's seen. He's seen seen as he is, and seen as he was, and what everyone missed. And as I was going through this change, and as I was looking to cohere, what is it I am? Because it's bordering on. It's not bordering on. I was managing my own schizophrenia, basically my own multi-dimensional personality, and I'd seen this when I'd had the shattering. I spent some time in that state of consciousness, which is where the schizophrenic gets trapped. I recognized it, and I said, oh, this is where they get trapped. I saw all of the personality archetypes there. It's confusing as fuck, and it was scary. I thought I was going to get stuck there. I heard John Churchill's voice, my meditation teacher at the time, said, go into the heart. Go into the heart. And I did, and I went into the heart, and I dropped right out of there. But I said, oh. And it was all of Freud's archetypes in there. They weren't cohered. They weren't aligned and executing, the hero's journey, just everywhere, fucking everywhere. It was like being in a massive dressing room, archetypal dressing room. I think I'll put this one on. I think I'll put this one on. I don't know, maybe that's what happened with Sharon. Maybe she got trapped in there. She put on a scary costume or something and didn't realize she was doing it. I really don't know if she was, what happened, to what degree she was present and aware while she was doing and saying those things. I have to imagine that she was dissociated and had lost touch with her present awareness at that moment. And I have full compassion. That has to be really hard. And I don't know if that's something that happens a lot of times with her. I don't know if she's just blind to it. I don't know. I really don't know. But everything's okay. It's just a distortion, and it's resolving itself. It's just the way it works. When I left, when we were leaving that retreat, we'd all gone back into Iquitos. We'd taken the boat back from like a 90-minute boat ride up or down the Amazon to get to and from where we were going. And Mercy approached me in the lobby of the hotel as we were all breaking up, and she gave me a nightlight. She gave me a nightlight. And it's plugged into my bathroom, and it just has this cool. It just looks cool. It's just right across from the toilet where I have to get up late at night to pee. I'm too lazy to stand. I sit down. Jake sits down to pee. Jake sits to pee. He's not afraid to admit that. Jake sits to pee, and here's something I enjoy doing. Try this. Try this. You know, we're always in a rush. We've been sitting on the toilet, and we handle our business, clean our bottom, and stand up and flush. We miss the best part. Stay on the toilet when you flush. You get a little swirly, a little sprinkle, get a little spritz. Sometimes I'll sit there and I'll flush 3 or 4 times. Drive Hamilton crazy in the fucking jungle because I'm wasting all his water. Yeah. So I'm sitting there. I sit there on my throne in the middle of the night, and I look across in there, and the backsplash is the nightlight that my friend gave me. And there she is shining at me in the midst of the dark night. And it throws this glow, and I swear to God, it looks like a combination of angel, butterfly, or beautiful figure sitting in lotus posture. And I think I had brought a few little things along with me, and I forget, I brought some small scallop shells. And one of the things I pick up, I spent years after Nicole left, walking the beach and picking up sea glass. I had actually, just before she had left, we were having a lot of struggle in our relationship, and she had gone out one night to hang with a friend here, someone she had met, and I was wanting to kind of connect with her more deeply. We'd been going through some tough times, so while she was out, I'd gone for a walk down the beach, and I just noticed some sea glass, and I started picking up sea glass, and for some reason it was calling to me, and so I decided I kind of just started looking around on the internet for poems about sea glass, and I found this beautiful poem about sea glass. It really resonated, and it was something about, like, I'd like to be sea glass, and how it's gently tossed, how it feels soft and everything. And this woman wrote this beautiful poem, and she talked about, I would like to be, a piece of sea glass, because I would just like to be just picked up and carried and taken along. And that resonated. And so I took this collection of sea glass and jotted down a couple of verses from this poem and created a little package, a little gift for Nicole for when she came home, with the hopes that maybe it would thaw some of the chill in the air. It did not. It did not. It got exceptionally chilly. She took great offense to it. Yeah, she was like, I'm not this. And remember, she just like, why would you? This is your. It's like, hey, it was the first time. Nicole had been my muse, and my words, my offerings, my spirit. She had always encouraged it and celebrated it. That was, she was my muse. It was drawing it out of me, and she rejected it, and that was it. She rejected it, and we knew that was it. That was it. Not like I said, oh, that's the final straw. But as I look back, that was it. But I lost her. But anyway, so she left. Probably not, a month later or something like that. And I found myself every day, a couple times a day, through my recovery, rehabilitation, my convalescence, walking the beach and just deep in inner contemplation, and not up and looking at everything, but deep inside, and at the beach and just could not stop picking up pieces of sea glass. It just could not stop. And I started filling jars and baskets and big bushels and sea glass everywhere throughout my home. And I have some small jars around here, but I ended up taking all of, almost all of it and spreading it through the seashells around my gardens and everything. Because what I found is I was picking up the sea glass, I realized I was picking up pieces of my shattered soul that had just been, and I was picking up pieces of others' shattered souls. Yeah, and so I at somewhere along the way, may have been then when Mercy had given me that nightlight. I think I gave her either shell or some pieces of sea glass, and I've told her, and she remembers. She remembers because her wonderful daughter Meadow has found a wonderful guy, and it's really wonderful, beautiful to hear Mercy speak of it. So apparently Meadow's found someone good. Yay, Meadow. So happy. Haven't yet even met you face to face. I'm so happy. And, I've said it, if you're precious to Mercy, you're precious to me. It's just no difference. You ask, how are you, Jake? Well, part of that is how's Mercy, how's Barrett, how's Daryl, right? That's Jake's world, and I'm not codependent, but when I feel it. So what good things are happening in Mercy's life and with Mercy's children, and good things are happening in my life. It brings me joy. And hope. And it just shows me things are moving in the right direction for all of us. And I'm part of that. And so Meadows guy is, I think he's Croatian. I think he's in Croatia. And I think he's in Europe, or maybe he's in Europe somewhere, and he's on an internship or something. And so they're apart. She's super bright. Meadows apparently super, super bright and getting her master's degree in finance from U of M, and already has a job waiting for her right there. So Mercy's got her daughter is building her life there. It's exciting. And so Mercy, for a graduation gift, got Meadow a ticket to go to Europe to see, as I understand it, to spend time with her guy. They have a special time there. And Meadow used Mercy's suitcase. Had some of her little things that she keeps there to travel with, elements of an altar and so forth. Wouldn't you know, there was some sea glass there. So Mercy always had to remember, we haven't talked about sea glass. She was here when I was taking it and spreading it around, so she knows, and she knows the importance of it to me. She knows it was sea glass that had found its way to her through me. And she was saying the other day, and she said, I saw this, and I guess, is it maybe Tony, Meadows guy? Well, in his lineage, Croatian, there was something mystical and gypsy-like about sea glass. That was a little like, ooh, be a little weird. Like that's some gypsy kind of stuff. And yeah, that's Meadow's mom. Like, you pick up on that. She's got that energy. And so Meadow had asked Mercy about it, and she said, "Oh yeah, he's seeing what I'm all about." And that's it. But she told me the story, and she said, "So, one of those fragments of your soul went with Meadow to Croatia to see," and it was just so special. It was just so special that Mercy recognized that. The specialness, and it was special to her too. That's why she recognized it. It gave her as a piece of her dear friend had an experience with her daughter. Um, yeah, that's really cool. This friendship can go anywhere and can be anything and everything in every aspect of any kind of human relationship. That's beautiful, and it will. And it's already there. I'm not saying that this is gonna, but it's all there, and there's no rush in getting there. There's nothing missing, even as there are aspects of relating between a man and a woman that are not presently in our field. Um, and this doesn't, yeah, it's just allowance. It's just allowance. You realize that that's, I don't know how else to put it. It's complete. It is as I experience it, it is the complete relationship between a man and a woman that I've always dreamed of. It's what I've needed. I was looking for something else because that's what I'd been shown to look for. That was the model I was given. Remember, Mercy was sent to look for the opposite of what she was experiencing. I was told to believe that is truth and look for that and fully immerse myself in the distortion so that we could see that whatever path you took, believe it all or deny it all, you come to the same place. Mercy and I are in the same place together, having had a perfect mirror image reflection. So, hear me, when you hear Mercy talk about the horrors she experienced in her life as a child and as an adult, she's describing mine. She's putting it into different language. I did not quite literally have the innards of a, whatever it was, goat, lamb, or whatever, spilled onto me. But I had an exact version of that. Exact version of that. Of everything. It's how it works. It's how we come to it's how it's possible for us to understand each other's lived experience in the degree of depth and richness that we can, because it is my experience. I see how the reflection, I just see that reflection, twist around a little bit and say, yeah, wow, Mercy, that's me. I felt all those innards dumping on me too. And let me tell you how it presented itself. And she'll say, yeah, I'm so sorry that you had that same experience. It's undeniable. And I've heard, Carrie had horrific experiences. She did. It was hard for me to fall into those as being true. They sounded like exaggerations. I see through that now. But when somebody is effectively telling you about it, but they're projecting it onto you and saying, and now holding you responsible, you can't hear it and you can't go there. You just go into like self-defense. Right? So you wanted me to be there with you, Carrie, but you didn't give me a chance because you blamed me for you being there. You were beating me up because you were there and you wanted me to be there, but you didn't do it on purpose. But that's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. It did not do that to you ever, never, ever, 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 ever. And you blamed me for all sorts of shit. You told the kids I did all these things, and it's like. But now they know because I'm not lying to them. I'm not lying to them anymore. I'm not withholding truths from them anymore. No, we need to know who we are, how we got here. You can't get there by lying and saying your mother was this when she was that. I'm telling you my experience of you and things that you told and admitted. So, when our children are facing the struggle of who is their biological father because of the fact that their mother was having extramarital relationships at that time, that is a valid question for them to be asked. And no, I'm not going to go and start poking needles. I don't care. They need to deal with that. I don't know who my father is. You do not know who your father is. Nobody knows for certain who their father is. We need to face that. That's an ugly, well, ugly. If you see it as ugly, then it's ugly. If you see it beautiful, it's beautiful. But it is a truth. It's a truth. You do not know who your father was. I don't care what the DNA says. I do not care. DNA morphs. DNA, look at this. DNA morphs like fuck. Okay? I'm just Jake. But this has not all been just Jake. This has been a Jake Undressed, and we've been blessed. It's been a MercyMe moment. Our dear friend Mercy jumped on for the first time on a live cast, on a quadcast, with gusto. She was excited. It's so cool. So yeah, we're gonna bring you into Mercy's world. It's Mercy's world. I'm just living in it gratefully, and in my best moments, gracefully. She humbles me. She gentles me. She makes me whole, and she empties me. She holds me and she lifts me up. She amuses me. she is. That's my muse. That's what enables everything. The first experience I ever had with a muse was Nicole. Nicole was my muse. She drew it out of me. She inspired me. She gave me a container to pour myself into. With allowance for a while there, she could, but Mercy can hold it all, and you can hold it all and say, "Please more, bring more, darling." You know, it's just so beautiful. Jesus. What a dear blessing. You know. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Yeah, Liz celebrated all year long, right? Liz celebrated for the end of days, as though they will never come. This is an eternal gift. I've said she couldn't take it away if she wanted to. She can leave and go wherever, but it will always be there. And last night with the connection, suddenly, you know, I had come to the point where when things were challenging and I looked inside, I would see her glistening eyes looking back at me, and that was great comfort. And still I was handling the fear, and I was looking inside to see Mercy. And then last night when I tasted the fear and got just the whiff of its very just essence, quantum essence, Mercy arose with it. Mercy is the fire. That's it. Mercy and fire, mercy and fear, it's the same thing. It's God's mercy, and we're afraid of it. Because when He graces us with it, we will have to come nose to nose with the realization of our greatness. And we are so great and powerful that it scares the hell out of us, because we don't think we're worthy, and we don't think we're capable of wielding it safely. We don't trust ourselves. Because we see it, but we should trust ourselves, because it's even worse in its distorted form, right? As I experienced. It wasn't Sharon's fault, but it happened. And we have to be able to recognize it when it's happening, so that we're giving help to the right person. Because the flip side of what happened to me and what was perpetrated against me, and the experience that I had, was that there was somebody that needed real support. And instead of getting it from her maestro, he manipulated her and increased her fear, spun her up. That hurt her, Hamilton. And I love her, and I am not going to let that go, you motherfucker. I am not going to let it go, you motherfucker. You are going to feel it. until you find yourself. You're gonna fucking feel this. This is how it works. This is how it works. You hurt her. She needed support. She needed help, and she still does. You fucker. You motherfucker. Do you see me, Hamilton? Do you see me? I'm looking at you. Let's have a chat, me and you. Let's hop on the quadcast. You got issues with what I'm saying, with what I'm telling the world you are all about? You have issues with that? Let's have a chat. Join the quadcast. Reach out. I'll figure the technology. We'll bring the rest of your community on. They can all listen in. We'll have that chat. We'll put that letter in front of them, my offer, to simply say we see it differently and allow them to choose how much of each one of us they'd like to experience. Remember I said they could have a sanctuary service with you. They could have sanctuary. But then they could also come in and experience a personal version of sanctuary. John's version of sanctuary, what runs through me. Said they could have both, and they could have yours and mine, and they could have their own. That's what I was proposing. You said no, just mine. Just mine. Hamiltons must have mine so I can feel safe. Mowgli, you went off to the jungle at 22 years old and you never came home. And you look at me and say, he's only been in the jungle for 3. I've been in the jungles of corporate America for 35 fucking years. And I have 12 years more lifetime experience than you do. I love you, but I love the perfected version of you. The version I see now sucks. Fucking sucks. And I love that too. It taught me a lot. But you are my teacher and, more importantly, my teaching. You too, John Churchill. Teacher and teaching. John Churchill, you did exactly to me what Dan did to you. That's why I thought you would see it. I thought you were different. Hamilton, same thing. I thought you were different. I thought that the allowance that Don Julio showed you, despite the fact that you were a gringo, he went against his lineage so he could help you become you. Now you need to go against your personal lineage and allow others to become them. That would be passing along that gift that you were given. John Churchill, you saw something that Dan Brown did not see. And you were compelled to follow it. Dan wanted you to be mini Dan and to keep teaching the teachings exactly as Dan saw them. He wanted you to be Dan Brown Jr. And you said, no, I'm John Churchill. And it was extremely painful for you, wasn't it? You told us all about it. It was extremely painful. I got it. I saw Dan, and I saw him in his distortions, and I got tired of his fucking emails. Wah, 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 wah. Totally in conflict. Completely in conflict. And you looked at it and said, that's wrong, right? So that's your conflict. You were right to leave, but you should just leave and say, that's Dan being Dan. You weren't able to do that. You saw something Dan didn't see. You were right. It was more than. He was stuck in somebody else's models. He was following everyone else's paths. And so you break off and do your own thing, and we all follow you, right? All of us have followed you. Me and Liz and Shay and Michael and Coach Steve and Debbie and Roberta and John Hurst and on and on, and the beat don't stop till the break of dawn. And here I come along and I see something different. And I'm thinking, hey, isn't this wonderful? Because here's a teacher that recognizes what happens when their teacher rejects what they see. And so I'm expecting there's some allowance for what I see. But no, you missed it, right? It was the same exact fucking thing, John. You did to me what Dan did to you. You did that. Tell me how that's fucking different. Because you didn't, because I understood the Eightfold Noble Path in a way that you did not. And you're fucking with your spiritual theater of blessings, blessings. You're so full of fucking shit, and so are you, Nicole. You're full of shit. And then what do I hear from my dear friends who stay there, who I stay in contact with? I respect Barrett for still wanting to learn some stuff from you. I watch closely so you don't fuck her up. And she tells me, oh, you know, they really do love you. You guys don't know what fucking love is. You cannot reject me and say, I love you. We really love him. You do not. You do not. You've got your own shit going on. I'm sure that you wished it weren't that way because it was fucking uncomfortable. And you know that now there is something hanging out there and it's going to take you down. It's you. You're doing this to yourselves. But I am going to unveil you. Anyone that happens to see this is going to know who you are. Yeah, you're going to get the same visibility that I did. Everyone gets to see me. Can we see you now? Will the real John Churchill, will the real Hamilton Salter please stand up? You didn't think it was just gonna die, did you? No, you have to kill it to make it die. And it still comes back. Because it's you. Right, I think we're gonna pull up here. This has been a long session. Wow, I think we're pushed 4 hours on that. Yeah, alright, the 4 hour mark. Alrighty then. Just Jake. This is Al, this is Betty. Jake, Al, and Betty. We've had friends here. We've had a deep and rich conversation. Mercy me. Mercy, mercy me. Thanks for tuning into the Cosmic Busker, the Quadcast. Jake Undressed. Oh, we'll be seeing you all soon enough. Where's my magic little box? Here she is. All right. Okay. Until next time. Until next time. All right, that one's wrapped up. We're just gonna jump out of the recording and see what's next. Maybe have some conversations with me. I have to figure out how to get something out to y'all sometime over the next, I don't know, few hours or so to let you know that that the doors are open. So I'm gonna talk to me just about how to do that. Thanks for joining us. Jake out.